University in Frankfurt and the Arsenal in Berlin, a collaboration which started in 2013 with the establishment of the master program Film Culture, Archiving, Programming and Presentation, a practice-oriented master that we offer in cooperation with the Deutsches Filminstitut and Filmmuseum. The concept of this master, as many other of this kind, is to build a close exchange between academia and film culture institutions by involving film archives and museums in teaching and educating future generations of film archivists and curators. Our collaboration with Arsenal was reinforced with our participation at the Archiv außer sich project. In this frame, we initiated a cooperative project with the Nigerian Film Corporation and NFC and the University of Jos to develop the master program in film culture and archival studies at the University in Jos, which started in 2019 and is the first of this kind in the African continent. This project, which is going to be presented in the course of the morning by our Nigerian partners, who kindly accepted to join us in presence today, offers an example of the challenges and achievements of trans-institutional and transnational cooperation in both education and archiving. The idea behind this symposium is to arrange a stage in which theories and practice related to film archiving and curating can meet and open to collective discussion. With this aim, we invited international guests and speakers which are in different ways involved in this field, either in academia, in film heritage institutions and independent organizations, or active as artists and curators. Let me first of all thank all the speakers who accepted to participate to the symposium in person or virtually. There is no need to underline the tangible emotion from my side to host and held an open discussion vis-à-vis today. We decided to structure the symposium in 4 panels and roundtables, which begin with short presentation from the speakers, leaving then enough space to extensive discussions and confrontation among speakers and with the audience. We propose to discuss 3 main topics touching issues that challenge us in our archival or education activity and that call for a collective reflection and debate. The morning is dedicated to the issue of colonial heritage of film institutions. How can institutions deal with colonial histories? Which approaches and practices can contribute to decolonize film archives? How can transnational cooperation play a role in this process? We aim to challenge the concept of national and canon-driven audiovisual heritage and think about film culture as a living, ever-circulating, almost breathing entity instead of a collection of enclosed materials that can be put into boxes and confined into national borders. Following inputs of the Archiv außer sich project, we discuss how film archives can act beyond their proper belongings, beyond the idea of collection as institutional property, beyond the regional or national borders in which they were inscribed. We ask how institutions can work for a global audiovisual heritage intended as a transnational commons, how they can function as a site for the negotiation of transnational practice, to quote Stephanie's appeal in the introduction of the festival program. The second focus regards education and the role of film master programs for training future film archivists and curators. Which are the future role and position that film institutions will need in the next future? How can master program train students for these jobs? Which kind of expertise and qualification should students acquire to be prepared for the future challenges in the field? To answer this question, we invited directors of film institute and professors teaching in specialized master program to exchange their views and ideas. The third focus is dedicated to presenting, exhibiting, and curating film culture. Whereas in the past, archiving and curating were conceived as 2 separated activities that can stand alone, following mottos such as preserve then show, we believe that in present times, these 2 activities are getting more and more interconnected. Preserve is show, show is preserve, and both are theory-oriented practices which can overlap with artistic practices, as we will experience during the festival. We ask here, how can film culture be presented and made accessible to a broader audience beyond national, gender, class, racial, and disability borders? Which kind of new narratives, meanings, and contexts can be created on and around the film heritage that we take over as a community, whether we like this heritage or not? How can we foster critical reflection on films through curatorship? As we see in this composition of the panels, these three topics and focuses are deeply intertwined so that we hope to establish many bridges and connections between them. Let me conclude with a couple of thanking words. First of all, to all the people who go to university and Arsenal. So I want to thank Stephanie, first of all, Vincent Sediger, Masha Nickel, Fabienne Wolf, Markus Ruff, Nathalie Knoll, Charlotte Bohn, and Marie Kloss. And also, the symposium was made possible thanks to funding provided by the BMBF, Bundesminister of Bildung und Forschung, in the frame of the project Cultural Entrepreneurship and Digital Transformation in Africa and Asia, which I'm part on, and by the Transnationale Bildungsinitiative of the Deutsche Akademische Austauschdienst. We thank both institutions for making it possible, and I leave now the word to Stephanie.
Thank you, Sonja. Everything is already said. So I would just like to outline how important the collaboration with the Frankfurt's master program is, looking back on many years of sharing practical and theoretical knowledge. As a cultural institution, one is constantly under the pressure of finishing one project and at the same time applying for another. All the knowledge that gets produced while working on every single project would be lost if we didn't have the time to reflect, to meet at symposia, to discuss. Some of our staff are former students from Frankfurt who started as interns. One of them even helped to create her own job as an archivist in a living archive. I would like to use this opportunity to thank Vincent Sediger and Sonja Campanini for this collaboration. It got even closer, as Sonja said, when we started working with our partners in Nigeria, as we are confronted with many new questions and had to rethink the role of our institutions in the framework of transnational collaboration, especially between the global north and the global south. It was and still is a productive process of learning and unlearning. The Preservation of Cultural Heritage program of the Foreign Office has also been an important partner of our transnational archive work in the last 10 years, given the fact that heritage funding is usually connected to the concept of national heritage. They helped us to restore lost films from India, Sudan, Guinea-Bissau, Nigeria, and Chile, to make them available in those countries and elsewhere, always in close collaboration with our local partners. Many of those projects, or their aftermaths, will be presented during the Archival Assembly #1. I'm not exaggerating when I say that without this support, we would not be here today. And for that reason, I am very happy and honored to welcome the Director General for Culture and Communication at the Federal Foreign Office, Andreas Görgen.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Stefanie Schulte-Strathaus, I'm merely here to testify that Germany is not well organized. So I have to apologize because I prepared a speech in German, since I'm a part of a very national German institution. And I have to apologize because I will leave at 10:14 latest, because I undertake a small European coordination for what's actually happening in Afghanistan. So I'm on a leave to France, and we'll see what we can do for some of the filmmakers who arrived in France a couple of days ago. Since my speech has been prepared in German, I'll talk in English and it will be a bit shorter. And I just wanted to congratulate you to support us by shifting the notion of national cultural heritage into what we see here today. Why is this point so important for us? We all come, and by us all, I'm talking about the German society and especially bureaucracy, We all come from a world which believes that the national states have to create homogeneity in order to assure a peaceful living inside a national nation and outside a national nation. You can see it in a very nationalist approach with Herder, telling us that each nation bears the center of its gravity into itself, as does a ball. But you can see it also in the approach of Habermas or Reckwitz for the German more contemporary philosophers. In the same time, we were building up institutions to defend national interests and to define national interests. That very way to be centered into the idea of a nation state has brought war, colonialism, imperialism to that world. This reflects the contradiction we have into our own understanding of a society since the Enlightenment. The sentence, "every man is equal," did not mean every man is equal. It meant every white man is equal. That was 1789. And then we are spending 250 years to change our societies to understand better what means man and what means equal. And this is cultural policies. This is cultural policies to work on that notion and to go beyond national states, to go into a post-national state policy. In the last 10 years, this was called cooperation, co-production, something. It's important. It's important because that is the first shift to be done, going away from the idea that we export values and that we have to teach others what is civilization, and that we go into a co-production and a cooperation in which we better understand what civilization means, because we do not have the universality. The universality is not a European thing we can export. And we have to take the third step. And this third step, and this is the reason why I'm so grateful for the contribution of our Nigerian friends. We will have to learn the third dimension and the third step to be made, mainly from Africa, from Latin America, and from other societies. Just let me give two examples. The first example is what is called in the contemporary African philosophy Ubuntu. So that approach taken by Suleiman Bashir Diagne, by Achille Mbembe, by some well-known writers from Nigeria. That means what we are looking for is the access to the universal. It is not the vertical universality which is defined in a nation state or in a European or Western or Russian or whatever civilization. But we are looking for the access to the universal. And this access is horizontal and very different if you come from a Sufi culture or if you come from a Christian culture or from a Jewish. And you have to sense it. You have to sense it. And so cultural politics, yes, it is cooperation, yes, it is institution building, all that. But I think we have something forgotten over the last 10 to 20 years. We are all focused on rational discourses. Silly to say in a discourse. Silly to say in that room, perhaps. No. Because what you are doing is you open hearts and minds through the aesthetics. And the aesthetics, what we feel, what we sense, what we hear, predefines what can be transformed into a rational political discourse. So what we need to relearn is the access to our senses, the access to aesthetics, and to understand that opening rooms for the aesthetics is a political job to be done. Because only if we change how we sense our corpse, if we change our listening, if we see pictures we had never seen, if we are troubled, this trouble will give us the ability to rethink politics in another way than if we stick only with Brahms, Beethoven, and Barenboim. This is the importance of cultural policies. And this aspect, very close to the idea that spirituality, sensuality, is important to form a society. This aspect I wanted to underline this morning and to thank all the filmmakers. We all know the classical cultural politic discourses when we have to say that, yes, it's the seventh art, it's wonderful. No, it's more than that. You attract people, money people. You are in a popular field, by the same time in a very elite field. That's for the critical theory, we talk later about that. But what you are doing is giving access in a protected room of a cinema to something people never had seen, people had never felt, and people come to see your films because they want to feel the way you offer them how they can feel. And I thank all the filmmakers for the job they are doing and all those who are taking care of the international cooperation in the cinema sector. It is pretty much important. And let me end with one remark why all this has to do with German culture. We had that access to what I would call access to spirituality. We have unlearned it because we have learned in our history that this kind of of the present extended to infinity. That comes in the feeling of Novalis once nature and culture have been reconciled. But this is not, I'm not talking about romantics and the early 90s. I'm talking why Sankara refers to Novalis. And this is for the Germans here in the room. There is something in our culture which had allowed one of the greatest revolutionaries in Africa to refer himself to what is a pivotal part of German culture, and I invite you to rediscover that part and to work on a horizontal access to the universal through arts and through films. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction and greeting words. I would invite right away the speakers of the first panel to join us on stage. So Erika Carter, Brigitta Küsse, Giovanna Fossati, and yes, and we do short Zoom test because we have two speakers which will connect online, and Stephanie is going to moderate the panel. So I leave you the floor.
think we are ready to start.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah. I think they are greeting us.
Trying to work things out.
I know, trying to get Zoom working.
So can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Company here. Hi, Tom. Hi, June.
Hi, Sonia.
Hi, Sonia.
Unfortunately, you don't see me, right? Or yeah, I can maybe you can see me now.
Yes, we can see you.
Yeah, just very briefly, we didn't manage to get the image of the stage, but I hope you can follow anyways the discussion, and yeah, we can start right away, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
So
Okay, thank you.
I leave the word to Stephanie. I don't know if you want to come here at least for the presentation of,
Okay.
of the panel.
Hello.
Hi, Stephanie.
Oh yeah, we so wish you could be here, but you're somehow with us. Okay, so I start with a little introduction into this first panel by once again saying one word about the Arsenal, which, well, the Arsenal with the Berlinale Section Forum built its history very much on a strong emphasis on international cinema, focusing on new discoveries, independent and political films, often coming from the global south, often made in countries undergoing times of transition. Subtitle prints were made for the festival and later used for distribution. Actually, many of them are right here under this room where we have our vaults. Over the decades, a curatorial practice turned into an archival responsibility. Our mandate as a film institution changed over the decades and raises new questions, because even in an archive that holds anti-colonial films and embraces a cinema of resistance, you find traces of the colonial past, be it in the language of the subtitles or in the way films had been catalogued. So we have to discuss our curatorial and archival practices of the past and the present and develop new concepts. The history of film preservation is marked by the attempt to save the originals and to give them a place in the present as cultural heritage. This concept is shaped by European values based on national statehood and defining what is to be classified as cultural heritage and in which context we will pass it on. For decades, only a small number of professional archivists had control over the worldwide film heritage. This has changed. Digitization and decolonial discourses gave voice to artists, filmmakers, curators, researchers, and activists who are now taking part in the politics of film archive practices. When we speak about decolonial archive practice, we are not only talking about restitution. We are talking about the archive as the future. As the medium film is based on reproduction, concepts of sharing and access come to the foreground. This panel will discuss approaches for decolonizing the film the archives and the archival work, and possible restitution policies for films related to colonial pasts. The call for action and reflection on decolonizing film archives will be presented in detail tomorrow. It's a paper that had been written by a couple of people, among them Tom, before the pandemic. But maybe we can talk later about the function of manifestos in general in this context, as there are more than one. Let me now introduce the panelists. Of course, I'm...
Can I just let Rebecca is here and should die eintreten lassen.
Ah.
Okay.
Rebecca, can you hear me? Rebecca?
Yes, I can hear
Okay,
you.
great. Okay, wonderful, welcome. So now let me introduce the panelists. And of course, I know that this is a panel to which also many of the later panelists could contribute. So therefore, we will open the round soon after their presentations. So we have June Giovanni with us on Zoom. June is a film curator, archivist, and international consultant in the area of Pan-African cinema, who has been working in the sector for over 35 years, starting with Third Eye, London's first festival of third world cinema in the early 1980s, while working at the Greater London Council. She continued her work over the following 2 decades with organizations such as the British Film Institute, where she ran the African and Caribbean Film Unit for 6 years, leading on major national projects such as Africa 95 and promoting Black British film and international film through the Black Film Bulletin, which she co-founded with Galen Gould. The Toronto International Film Festival, where she programmed the Planet Africa film strand for 4 years, Images Caribs Film Festival Martinique over 6 years, assisting the FESPACO Film Festival continuing from 1985 and programming Pan-African cinema on many continents. June has also worked with film production development and in television regulation. She currently is the founder-director of the June Giovanni Pan-African Cinema Archive, which I guess we will hear about later. Then we have here with us in the room Giovanna Fossati. She's a chief curator at AI Film Museum in Amsterdam, where she supervises a collection of 50,000 titles. She's also professor of film heritage and digital film culture at the University of Amsterdam, where she has taught in the MA Preservation and Presentation of the Moving Image Program since it was established in 2003. Fossati is the author of From Grain to Pixel, The Archival Life of Film and Transition. And recently she curated with Yves Masson and Floris Palman the special issue of the Moving Image Journal, Activating the Archive, Audiovisual Collections as Communal Resources for Engagement and Change, forthcoming in 2021, very soon. During the roundtable, Fossati will discuss the upcoming 7th Eye International Conference from May 29 to June 1st, in 22, focusing on global audiovisual archiving, North-South exchange in knowledge and practices. Then we also have here with us in the room Erika Carter. She is professor of German and film in King's College London with specialisms in German language cinema and cultural studies. Having worked on Black film British cinema in her former capacity as director of talks at the Institute for Contemporary Arts, ICA, in London, from 1986 to 88, Erika recently returned to writing on Black and post-colonial cinema. She is currently preparing a monograph and associated essays on colonial and decolonial film and cinema in the Bahamas, Ghana, Sudan, and Nigeria. And I would like to add that we are also collaborating on a project for quite some time, which is the estate of Hussein Sharif, a Sudanese filmmaker who lived in exile in Egypt, and you will hear more about that during the archival assembly. So then we have on Zoom Tom Rice. He's a senior lecturer in film studies at University of St. Andrews. He's the author of White Robes, Silver Screens, Moving and the Making of the Ku Klux Klan in 2015, and Films for the Colonies, Cinema and the Preservation of the British Empire. He has worked extensively with global archives and was the senior researcher from 2007 to 2010 on a major project on British colonial film, which catalogued, curated, and digitized an extensive collection of colonial films from British archives. Brigitta Costa, who is here with us, is a cultural researcher primarily interested in visual film studies, post-colonialism, and border studies. Currently, she works as a junior professor at Humboldt University zu Berlin. Universität zu Berlin. Together with the artists group Artefakte, Humboldt aka Artefakte Aktivierung, she was part of the campaign No Humboldt 21, for several years and has worked on questions of restitution. Together with Marie-Hélène Goudbellet, she recently published a 3-volume book on the cinema of Maître Hondo, which I am very, very thankful for, because this is a collaboration she did together with Marie-Hélène Goudbellet and the Arsenal, and this was one of our, I must say, most wonderful and intense and retrospectives of the last years, actually, and I would highly recommend the books that came out of this project and were published by Archive Books. So, and last but not least, again on Zoom, we have Rebecca Ohenasa. She has close to 2 decades experience in audiovisual media training and practice in Ghana. She studied for a master's degree in documentary film studies and production at the Hofstra University in Hampstead, New York, under a Fulbright fellowship. She has a PhD degree in museum and heritage studies from the University of Ghana, Legon. She's co-founder and director of Benpali Young Filmmakers Festival, which has since 2015 mentored young people and showcased films and videos they create under the broad theme of Stories That Matter. Apart from teaching courses in African film theory and documentary film studies and production at the National Film and Television Institute, Rebecca offers audiovisual communication consultancy to organizations within Ghana and internationally through Firebeats Media, which she co-founded in 2015. Her research interests are centered on relationships between colonial cinema, archives, and current indigenous film practices, and how these feed into the identities and heritage of proponents. Her filmmaking engagements include themes on African contemporary histories and heritage contextualized within the issues of representation, race, and identity. So now I will sit down. You won't see me anymore on Zoom, but you will hopefully hear my voice.
Presenters come here to do the presentation.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
we can start with June. Okay.
We start with the presentation by June Giovanni, who is here with us on Zoom.
June, we can't hear you. You are still muted.
Sorry, yes. Hello, good morning, everyone. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. The discussions that I've been involved with recently in relation to this topic are at the core of the existence of the June Giovanni serves as a curatorial and reference resource. It has Black British cinema and African cinema at its core, and these 2 dimensions have forced their way to the top of the archive's agenda in the past 2 years, when we sought to showcase and celebrate the 50th anniversary of one of the items in the archive, the short film You Hide Me, made by Ghanaian director Kulturquartier in London in 1970. As everyone else, COVID restrictions required that we turned to the Zoom platform to be able to mark this occasion with a series of webinars entitled You Hide Me 50 Years On, which have struck a chord with many discussions and debates, both in the UK and internationally, on the restitution agenda. considerations underlying relate to many decades of curating Pan-African cinema and the setting up of the archive. These discussions have revolved around the principles that would need to be addressed around the formulation of any demands regarding African and diaspora moving image materials. The principle of returning archives, the principle of accessing archives, the principle of ownership, and the discussions of which are all closely interrelated. And these are some of the key points that arose in the moving image webinar that was held. Firstly, returning archives. Here, issues relate firstly knowing what there is and where it is, which archives have what. And an example was it was useful for Kulturquartier to know that the BFI, the British Film Institute, has a list of 89 films shot in the Gold Coast between 1910 to 1957, as he's planning to make his next film about the Asante Empire and one of its key figures in that history of the Gold Coast, Ya Asantewaa, and also one of the key periods in the colonial history, the Bantu experiment, and is seeking footage for that. We also were very glad to have the Reverend Chris Hesse involved in this particular session, and he spoke of the film industry in Ghana since 1948, when he joined, 1948, and he joined the West African Film School, set up there in 1954. The arguments are not straightforward, as Robin Baker of the BFI pointed out, because where the country holding the original archive materials, for example, the BFI, have no money to digitize the collections and cannot view the material without first digitizing it to see what it contains and whether it is of significance to hold. So that becomes a catch-22 situation. Solutions. We were reminded about Didi Chika's work, and that I think it's the Arsenal, but he said the Germans, have given some archive scanners which allows people within the countries who would like material returned to them, has given archive scanners which allows people to look at the material and to make their own decisions, or at least join in the discussion. Or at least join in the discussion around what to preserve and to digitize and what should be returned to them. Robin Baker also spoke about the FIAF initiative and a problem as they can only help those who are already FIAF members, but they should be able to help those archives outside of FIAF, offering materials to help with training and to offer archive training for people locally. But placements are also possible through collaborations with Western archives that hold African materials. Training people locally in their own country would be good, but the trail of rights around what can be done locally to train people is quite complex. To train people, sorry, is quite complex. Funded by major national cultural institutions, funding from major cultural institutions, such as the British Council and the Institut Français, would be helpful in that respect. Obstacles to returning materials, which need to be addressed and how to proceed collectively, were discussed, and these were, for instance, the law. Testing the law was thought to be a way forward. Testing the law that protects access to the moving image with case studies in other areas, that's the been successful. And for instance, in the UK, where the lawyer Julie Miller has tested cases, legal cases in other areas, but not specifically in this area that we're speaking about today. So whose responsibility is it? That's another question that we have to actually address. Who owns the moving images? How to access them? And the terms of that access, which we'll come onto shortly. Case studies involving voluntary returns of materials, long-term loans, back to those who they were stolen from, how they were acquired. And we need to engage youth to participate. They need to be trained in the archives. The restitution debate also discussed films as artifacts. To be able to discuss these in terms of restitution, but in different ways, in different formats of exploitation, and in film, the question of access and of ownership brings many complexities to those seeking to address these questions in ways that artifacts are discussed. Lindy Wade Dovey, Dr. Lindway, Professor Lindway Dovey of SOAS and director of the Screen Worlds globally, also spoke of this process involving the decolonization of screens across the world, Screen Worlds globally, and that spoke of the lobby to make film archives in the West to make their films accessible. She spoke about the Midas Project, 18 European film archives providing access to their archives online. The Film Archive Online Project, a workshop to gather information about fees archives are charging Africans for the use of their archives. It should fall under free educational uses, and that is a proposition that a number of people have been seeking to promote. The need to lobby for the transfer of African archival footage to Black-owned and Black-run archives wherever possible, within and outside of Africa. There was also a note that the Royal Belgian Film Archives and the Soviet Film Archives are planning to return their materials, some of their materials, to the African continent and educational institutions. The principle of accessing archives. To be able to access archives requires knowing what is there, and there is a lot of cataloging going on across the sector to know what is there, and we at the JGPACA are about to extend that process a bit more robustly and deeper, thanks to a small grant from the private trust. Mapping is a really important step in accessing archives. Knowing where things are located is a crucial early stage in this process. This is also a stage that we have to address in contemporary filmmaking, because as I always tell young people coming to the archive, that today can represent your archive of the future. Archives are not only related to the early 1900s and before. Archives as recent as the 1980s and 1990s, some of which in the JG paper are just as important, and we all need to be collecting now. But that is not the only reason we have been collecting now. The focus on the digital age solutions needs to take into account that not everything is on the cloud or in the digital format. And Robin Baker, the curator at the BFI National Film Archive, reminded us that things are not safe because they are stored on the cloud, and that going forward, that might be one of the biggest threats to the future archives. It's a paradox, but I often keep the analog copies of things that have been digitized. Another practical encourage and make it possible for contemporary artists and curators to engage with and use the archive. But who decides what to digitize? Jihan El-Tabri proposes work with panels of advisory experts from the country that many of the materials originate from to contextualize all of these materials. And of course, we have examples of FIPASI's collaboration with the World, FIPASI, the Pan-African Filmmakers Federation, collaboration with the World Cinema Foundation specifically for preservation of some of the key films that comprise the history of African cinema in the pristine original condition, so that people all over the world can appreciate the true mastery of African cinema. Jean-Marie Tenner spoke of being able to secure some archives when he made his first film, Afrique Je te plumerai, at a time when the significance and market value of archives was less known. But by the mid-1990s, all of that changed. For example, Pathé privatized their archives, and everything, regardless of content, was commercially priced. Jihan El-Tabri spoke of the need to pay extortionate amounts to access some of their own footage from a film she's previously shot to use in a new film. The solution suggested is that filmmakers using their own footage and making film about their own country should have free access to the footage that belongs to them. Dr. Errol Francis, CEO of Culture and speaking of artifacts, stressed that we need to move away from a colonial preservational mode that creates a cult of preservation, treating these as dead objects from the past, but towards a more open and radical perspective to understand the contemporary relevance, use, and potential of materials. And to some extent, that is an approach that is useful for expanding the use and valuing of the moving image arts archive also. The principle of ownership. Onikachi Wambu, the CEO of Afford, on the film panel webinar of You Hired Me 50 Years On, said sessions like that one that we were in, are important because, and quoting this, he says, Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without demand. So we do have to make those demands and ask those questions. The law is often one of the central obstacles here to accessing archive materials held by governments, but it is possible sometimes to negotiate exemptions made to those laws with the right arguments, and that might be borne in mind. Reverend Chris Hesse, who I mentioned earlier, of the Ghana film and television industry, he spoke about the Ghana film and television industry, which was bought by the Malaysians, who had burnt the black and white materials held in Ghana. The colour material was held at the Rank Labs, Film Labs in London, where they were just dropped at the car park of the Ghana High Commission London, and he managed to get them taken to a bonded warehouse. The problem is that in the 1980s, the devaluation of currencies meant that both Ghana and Nigerian materials were sequestered.
Yeah. No. Still not working? So let's.
Can you speak?
Yeah,
Tom?
yeah.
Can you say something, Tom?
Now it's working.
Tom?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We hear you. So let's keep on hoping that it will work. So please, can you just repeat the last couple of sentences?
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe go to a conclusion if you can, so that we can go on with.
Finish shortly, yeah. The evaluation of currencies in the 1980s meant that both Ghana and Nigerian materials were sequestered in labs in the UK, and they became too expensive for these to be paid. And that was, until recently, one of the filmmakers, Adelov Apolayan, Kunle's father, and they managed to actually pay for and to reclaim some of his films. But the films of Eddie Boma and so are still left in labs in the UK. There's quite a lot still to be addressed in that respect. The filmmaker and artist Onyeka Igwe, who challenges in her work the colonial ideas that colonial archive films are made with, is also someone to note in this context. But she also makes the key point that it's not just the films that is important, it is the context in which they were created that is also important. And what we need to think about is funding for counter archives to exist outside of the mainstream. We have to be challenging contradictions. To the need for the trail of rights and in order to identify who and what to digitize. I'm going to stop there because Archive is producing a series of podcasts with me, resulting from the webinar.
Organizing this important event, and thank you to Sonia and Stephanie for inviting me. I'm very happy and honored to be part of this panel today and to be able to share with you some of my thoughts on the matter and talk about the initiatives taken at IFI Museum and the University of Amsterdam in terms of what I define a more global approach to audiovisual archiving that is both in terms of research and practice. First of all, a general statement. I believe that with the increasing digitization of audiovisual collections, it is becoming more and more visible that an alarming misrepresentation of our global audiovisual heritage is occurring in the digital space. Whereas audiovisual archives and research institutions in Europe and North America are eagerly digitizing their own national heritage, their counterparts in low and middle income countries in Asia, Africa, Latin America are just at the beginning, if at all, of the digitization process. What can we, and I'm thinking in terms of researchers and archivists together, do to change this trend? Well, we obviously need to work together and develop a new approach to make archival and digitization practices and related research activities an all-inclusive endeavor, including principles of decolonization across institutional and non-institutional and or counter archives. So in this sense, I link to a point that June just made in her presentation. We need to develop new archival methodologies that are informed by specific contexts, leading to a novel global audiovisual archival theory for guiding research and curatorship aimed at preservation, presentation, and access. And maybe, most importantly, most importantly, we need to create a solid basis to promote long-term exchange of knowledge, practices between scholars and archivists in all regions. So there are some very important initiatives that can be taken as examples. And being here, I think, first of all, of the collaboration between the University of Jos and the Nigerian Film Corporation with the Goethe University and the Deutsche Film Institute and Film Museum in Frankfurt. I'm also thinking of the work by Juana Suarez at New York University, her research into audiovisual archives in Latin America, and the worldwide efforts with the Audiovisual Preservation Exchange Project known as APEX. The work by, among others, Abubakar Sanogo for the African Film Heritage Project, already mentioned today, and the partnership with FEPACI, Film Foundation, and UNESCO, and also, of course, other collaborative efforts carried out by FIAF, AMIA, and to mention a running project in Canada, the Archive Counter Archive research project. And of course, a number of exemplary initiatives, and one of which we have here present with June Giovannis and her Pan-African Cinema Archive. So now to move on more specifically what we are doing in Amsterdam in this direction. I'd like to mention, before I talk briefly about the conference next year Stephanie referred to, I'd like to mention the international conference, which is a collaboration between iFilm Museum and the University of Amsterdam in 2018, that was focusing on the topic activating the archive, audiovisual collections and civic engagement, political dissent and societal change. This conference had a global focus at the time, and it is that same focus is reflected in the special issue of the Moving Image Journal, also mentioned by Stephanie, that was curated by the same curators of the conference, that really includes experiences including the collaboration between Frankfurt and Nigeria, but also many non-institutional initiatives, relevant initiatives. To link with this topic and this conference, I'd like to also announce that the 2023 International Conference will revisit the Activating the Archive topic, and will have an even more central focus on the global perspective and global collaborations. But before that, indeed, the 2022 edition that will take place at the end of May, 29th through the 31st, by the working title, but by now probably it will remain that, Global Audiovisual Archiving, North-South Exchange in Knowledge and Practices. Maybe a small footnote here, we are discussing, and I've been doing it for the past couple of years in terms of global North and global South, but I find actually these definitions very problematic, and probably many of us do, especially for that geographical determinism in that. And of course, I've been dealing with all my life coming from Italy and working in the Netherlands with that geographical North and South within Europe, and never been happy with. So I don't know if we should perpetuate it also on a global scale. So I'm also kind of inviting us to think maybe for a better definition, but still, for the time being, I guess we all know that, it can be a problematic definition. So about the conference, we are forming a truly global curatorial board, and we hope that speakers and participants from widely different realities will be able to participate either in person or online. On a more collection-specific level, iFilm Museum is, as we speak, rewriting its collection policy, and we are including principles of decolonization, a radically more diverse representation, and also collaboration projects outside Europe and North America. And finally, on a more research-specific level, I'm looking for funding for a research project that will focus on developing new theoretical frameworks for a global perspective on audiovisual archiving. And for this, I'm eager to establish international collaborations, and I'm confident that this event will help creating new connections. So this is it for now, and I'm looking forward to the discussion throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanna, and we continue with Erika Carter. Thank you. I did have a PowerPoint, but I can do without it if necessary. Sorry? It's fine. I'll just talk without the PowerPoint. And try and make it short. I'm very honoured and slightly overwhelmed to be in such illustrious company today. I'm speaking as a film historian and film scholar who has recently been working, I mean, my work ranges across German and British colonial film history, and I want to present to you some work that I've been doing in that context. Since going back before the pandemic, way back in the past, since 2016, I've been working on a project called Circulating Cinema at King's College, which has been funded by the German Academic Exchange Service, and the kind of the thinking behind that project was to look at largely national archives that held collections that told transnational and global stories, collections that had somehow been stranded in archives which, as we know on this panel, are dedicated to the preservation and recording and remediation of national cinema histories. So I've been working across 3 archival collections. The DEFA, former East German State Archive State Studio Archive, the holdings in the Bundesarchiv Berlin, and specifically with documentary films that were made. My focus is on Ghana, films about Ghana across 3 archives. And I've been working specifically with films that were made during the Nkrumah period from 1957 to 1966, and with 3 documentaries. Walter Martens' Ghana Heute, a short film from 1965, and 2 films by Joachim Hellwig, Der Schwarze Stern, The Black Star from 1965, and a later compilation film that was made to celebrate the birthday of Marx in 1968 called Erzählungen aus der neuen Welt, stories from the, in heavy inverted commas, New World. So that's one source. The other sources are the British Colonial Film Database, which you've heard about in various contexts, and in which, of course, Tom was very influential. A project that ended in the early 2010s involving 2 universities, Birkbeck and the University of London, scholars from that context, and also archives, including the British Film Institute, the Imperial War Museum, and the British Empire, the then British Empire and Commonwealth Museum, which worked together to create a new catalogue of films relating to the British Empire, and at that point to put them online. There are some issues with that at the moment, but anyway, it's the second archive. And the third is British Pathé, which, if you search under Nkrumah, yields 270 pieces of footage, some full newsreels, other just raw outtakes, which are always very interesting, and of unclear provenance. So we've heard about material that's been sequestered and then appropriated, and there's certainly a lot of that, I think, in British Pathé, as far as I can see. There are about 650 titles that come up if you search under Ghana. I guess there have been 3 impulses behind this work from a kind of historiographical point of view. In the first instance, it responds to a call that was made by the British public intellectual Paul Gilroy in the final volume that completed the British Colonial Film Project, a volume called Film and the End of Empire, in which he called for a post-colonial film history that was, quote, cosmopolitan in its methods and adept at managing complex transitions between geographies. And he goes on to talk about the need for people like me to decouple colonial history from European nation state. So there was an attempt, so this is an attempt to begin to do that by looking at least across two European nations on either side of the Cold War divide. The Cold War context was important for me, and to think about what that revealed about Ghana, both as a location, a geopolitical location, and also a location for cinema. A second impulse came, I think, from the debates that are going on about multidirectionality and history from Michael Rothberg and others. Michael Rothberg, of course, as does Achille Mbembe, bring together traumatic global histories in both cases, inviting contention around their exploration of the interconnection between the history of the Holocaust and histories of colonialism and colonial exploitation and the traumas that emerge from those histories. What Michael Rothberg calls for in his book on multidirectional memory is what he calls an irreducibly transversal archive, an archive that cuts across genres, national contexts, periods and cultural traditions. As a single lone researcher, I'm not in a position to construct a large archive, but my corpus, you've heard what my corpus is taken from. It's an attempt to respond then to that call to assemble a different archive that works transversely. And then thirdly, and this is something of a departure certainly from Rothberg, the attempt is to work geopolitically by thinking differently about location. I was caught, I was sort of taken very much by a phrase that came up just in passing in Anne Stoler's book, Imperial Debris, where she refers to films that come out of, quote, the crush zone. The crush zone is a term that surfaces in geopolitics as, and there are various other terms, shatter zones, shatter belt, and so on. I'm not going to get into nitpicking about which one makes more sense, but the crush zone is a zone of contention between geostrategic realms that may at a certain point in history come to prominence geopolitically, sort of in global politics. And it seems to me that Ghana in the Nkrumah period may represent precisely such a zone of contention. It was, of course, the first independent sub-Saharan West African state, but it was also, and there were all kinds of attempts which you see being played out across the films that I'm looking at, on the British side to recruit Ghana into the British Commonwealth as the supranational entity that would secure for Britain continued access to resources in Ghana under the banner of, and this quote comes from a review of one of the films kind of promoting the Commonwealth, which Tom will remember well, Spotlight on the Colonies, a Crown Film Unit programme, a film from 1950, a review which states that the development of the colonies means, quote, that they can become suppliers of more food and raw materials, not only for themselves, but for a needy world outside, and that they will do that under the banner of the Commonwealth as staunch partners on our common road to progress. So there are all sorts of articulations of that kind of vision of Ghana within the Commonwealth in the British colonial films. On the other hand, you in the Defa collections, a very different notion of an African modernity that will be harnessed to socialist global visions of international global socialism. So for example, in one review of Joachim Helwig's Der Schwarze Stern, The Black Star, Ghana is hailed as, quote, one of the most progressive and energetic countries on today's quote-unquote black continent. One of the things that I'm doing in this work is trying to look for, I mean, if cinema is, as is constantly reiterated, or if film is a kind of apparatus for the organization and the production of relationships of time and space, then the question that I'm asking of the material is, where are there in these films, in this, in many ways, very corrupted archive, certainly one that is made with propagandistic intent in many different contexts. Where are the moments where different temporalities, lost futures, different modernities emerge? So one sequence that I would dearly have loved to show you is a sequence in Der Schwarze Stern, the Black Star, of a riot in, it's in Stories from the New World, of a riot on Kumasi Market when the market women are beaten back by the local police from a textile warehouse where they're trying to gain access to textiles to sell on their stalls, and the voiceover is telling us very sternly that what we're witnessing is a counter-revolutionary force trying to resist state price regulation controls. If one reads recent feminist histories of market women in Ghana, one of course uncovers a wholly different story of the place of market women in creating different kinds of market and consumer networks precisely in the independence period which this film covers. So that's just one example. There are many others of a kind of resurgence or moments that index a different understanding of African modernity. The question then is, how does one retrieve from this transnational, transversal archive these kind of passing moments, many of which are extraordinarily resonant, I think, of the struggles that are going on in the crush zone, if that's what we're going to call it. I think I'll leave it with that question. There are many strategies, I think, not least that need to be addressed to the Pathé archive, whose metadata and source and use of sources, very often a source is stated as unknown when it's very clearly not come from Pathé. But anyway, that's something to be discussed. I'll finish there.
Thank you, Erica, and we continue with Tom Rice.
Okay, hi everyone. Can you hear me? Let's hope so. Thanks.
Yes.
Well, firstly, thanks. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's brilliant to be here today. Sorry I can't be there in person, but it's great to be part of the discussion. And as Erica mentioned before, I've previously worked on a project on colonial film in Britain, which was bringing together three archives from Britain, the BFI, the Imperial War Museum, and what was then the British Empire and Commonwealth Museum. And the aim of this project was to catalogue the existing collections within Britain, within these archives, and to make a number of these materials available within globally across the world. But this project finished 10 years ago, and perhaps unusually, the website has continued to be widely used. And I say unusually because so often with these projects, once they end and once the money runs out, they become relics and eventually fade from view. And my interest today is really in thinking about the kind of afterlife of this collection and of these moving images. And I think this is especially important at the moment, not only politically, but also because for technical reasons, there are problems with the site and viewers have been unable to view the films on the website over the last 8 months or so. And a group of us from the project have been meeting up to try and resolve this, to sort out the access access to these images on the site. And actually what this has shown is a couple of ongoing problems, I think, for these kinds of projects. The first of these is, of course, the unstable nature of the digital record. The need to recognise that these questions of preservation, of upkeep, need to be addressed alongside those of accessibility. And the second question, actually, which is one we've obviously been thinking about more broadly on this panel and over the last few years, is concerns who is responsible for these materials. And in the case of the Colonial Film website, perhaps a better way to frame this is who wants to be financially responsible for these materials. So certainly in Britain there's an uncertainty over how to respond to and engage with these histories and images, often leading to a kind of inertia among those holding the materials. And I'm talking about kind of institutions rather than individuals here, but a kind of reluctance to necessarily make these visible to address this. And equally importantly, why would an archive want to take responsibility for these images? And if it's for financial reasons, as we've seen with some collections, and I can certainly think of a few collections in the UK, what does this mean for the collection and for those that want to access and work with these images? So as I mentioned before, the project website brings together catalogue entries for more than 7,000 films physically held within the archives. However, I think one of the things that we've increasingly realised is that the collection is predominantly experienced and understood through the relatively small number of digitised films available online. So although there are 7,000 films in the collection, actually most of the discussion and interest on maybe the 150 films that are actually digitised and available online. And it's only the most ardent, wealthy and UK-based researchers who are able to seek out the remainder of the catalogue. So what does this mean? Well, of course it means that the relatively small group of fully accessible digitised films assume an increasing importance, and so we need to question how these films are selected, and also to recognise that often we are experiencing the exceptional rather than the typical here. We're not necessarily reflecting the collection as a whole. And I could talk at length about the criteria we set out when choosing the films for digitisation. I won't. But I think what I can definitely acknowledge is that ultimately it was often more practical issues that dictated these decisions. And by these practical issues, I mean things like cost. So have these films already been digitised? Are they accessible within the archive? Are they available in the immigration in Britain are often constructed from the image of that report. And I think in this way, we need to consider again how these images are accessed from the archives. If we're seeing the same few images reused repeatedly, is this about accessibility and cost? Is this about how this material is catalogued and thus how it's found by media producers? And who are the decision makers here? And I guess also, are there particular archives that are privileged here, that are set up for this? And thinking of AP archives and these kinds of places that are. So to return, I guess to my starting point here, thinking about the Colonial Film website. This project, the Colonial Project, was never intended as a digitization project. And it was intended as much to contextualize the materials. So we wrote historical essays on these materials. And when I was working on my book on colonial film, one of the motivations was to look beyond the frame, to look beyond the films themselves. And I've digitized other non-film materials like Colonial Cinema Magazine and newspaper reports and government documents to try and make these accessible as well, because it is so important here to look beyond the frame, to see what's not included and to understand these historical decisions. And I'm equally interested in things like film strips and other audiovisual materials that were often as widely used as film, but that so often kind of fall outside traditional film archives as well. So recognizing like what's the place of these other materials as well here. So when we're thinking about access to the Colonial Film Archive as we are today, we might question the enormous implications again in how we catalog, digitize, and monetize these images today. And as the debates rage over colonial statues as these kind of imperial monuments that still frame our landscape, we can equally question how these moving images serve as living monuments that continue to shape how we not only understand or ignore aspects of our past, but also visualize these contemporary issues. So it's essential to confront these issues, to confront these images, and not only to make them more visible, but also to question how these archival images are organized, how they're accessed, and also how they're used today. I think I will leave it there because I want to hear what everyone else has to say rather than what I have to say. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. And we continue now with Brigitta Kuster.
Hello, and thank you very much for this invitation and opportunity to speak here or to share a few thoughts with you. I think my approach to the questions that we debate today are more of a, let's say, a kind. I mean, they're not, maybe not so much related to institutions, but rather to a practice, to an artistic and research, or like a mix between artistic and research practices. My engagement with restitution began in 2008 as part of the political, artistic, and research work on the critique of the Humboldt Forum here in Berlin, this huge institution that some of you might know or might have visited. And these projects I made mainly together with a collective. It was called, or is called, Artefakte Anti-Humboldt. Somewhat still a bit more lengthy is my preoccupation though with the particular connection between colonial history and archives in general, and it goes back to my artistic and cultural research on German colonial history and particularly the memory of German colonial project in Cameroon, together with Moïse Mabuna, which led us to some video and text works. It mainly concerned files of the colonial administration at the end of 19th century. That is mainly, it referred to the paper empire of the that is held in German Bundesarchiv, which has also is in, or would be interesting also to discuss. It has a huge film archive, obviously, but we didn't touch on that because we worked on a period of time that was not so much cinematographically represented. So archives, it becomes immediately clear to anyone who deals with colonial history, not simply sites of preservation or representations. Archives not only store and preserve, but obviously frame content. And when we struggle around and speak of colonial archives or colonial libraries, it is because they are powerfully constitutive of the episteme that accompanies predatory exploitation, military occupation, and claims to sovereignty. In a recent article, Chanel Adams highlighted colonization as anti-history. She thus contradicts the idea that colonization makes history in the sense of collective construction or production, but rather colonization destroys, deforms, and suffocates history by enforcing a dominant temporality, as she puts it. According to Adams, colonization aims to annihilate everything that exists outside of it and must be understood as a destruction of history, enacted through an expansionist dehistorization. It seems to me that such anti-history might also apply to the archive itself. Perhaps this sounds stark and counterintuitive first, because we usually associate archival accumulation with something productive. But let me give an illustrative example. Between the time of the Evian Accords on March 18th, 62, and independence on 5th of July 62, the OAS, the Organisation de l'Armée Secrète in Algeria, set fire to the university library, and the French authorities took everything out of the museums. They withdrew and all important archival collections to France. So it was obviously a matter of creating a void. What I want to make clear by this, we are not starting from scratch when we talk about the process of decolonizing archives today. We are starting after things like this have happened and, maybe even more decisive, have almost been forgotten. And this continuous scorched earth policy may not even be understood as the opposite of archival work imagined as constructive. According to a colleague, to Nabil Chewani, who leads or rather builds and maintains an alternative online platform for the valorization of film archive. It's called, it's a fantastic archive, I recommend it to everyone. It's called Archives numériques du cinéma algérien. So according to Jewani, there is always a part of an arrachement, of a rip-out in the approach to the archive, a kind of dispossession and theft, a foundational theft, even in reappropriation. And this is why, and this is obviously a bit contradictory, but we have to deal with it. This is why institutional policies regarding the accessibility of material or the questions of the possibility of repurposing and reappropriating, maybe also reconnecting interrupted knowledge change or create new ones in an epistemic and material sense are so central. Power imbalances and relations of violence that shape films in terms of content very often also affect their conditions of circulation. In my opinion, this is why politicizing and promoting experimental research and redistributive work approaches of archives, in archives and to archives, such as, for instance, those that are pursued by Arsenal Archive, are really so important and key. I think that the reception and retention of archive records as property, as well as the gatekeeping of legitimate interpretation in archives, give rise to the obligation of restitution when it is characterized by consolidations and structures that pursue the opposite of justice, equity, and human dignity as normative action orientations or categorical imperatives, so to say. In our activist work with the collective Artefakte Anti-Humboldt, we have developed the topos or phrase, non-restitution is not a neutral act. This phrase deliberately flips the usual logic of the discussion about restitution and addresses the reversal of the burden of proof. It aims at turning around also the perception and opening up a view that doesn't conceive of culture as possession, as something that you have, but comes from the many who may have a stake in something, such as, for instance, a film or a cinema session. Non-restitution, it is posited, corresponds to a possible continuation of epistemic and material violence and obstructs the conditions for multi-perspectivity, and we've already talked about multi-perspectivity in relation to Rosberg, conversation and exchange. Especially in such large projects and talking spaces, maybe as I'm in also here, or in university, there is perhaps a danger of contributing to something that filmmaker and researcher Nena Onwoha has coined, or she has at least introduced this term to me in a biting criticism as decolonization industrial complex. And I just throw it, maybe this provocative term into this space. Maybe also I thought it's the point that Giovanna has made in relation to the misrepresentation, I guess you've called it a misrepresentation of the digital records on a global level, and I think this might really relate to this provocative term. So in this regard, I was special object of film and its relation to time and territorial relations or space or even bodily relations. And how this might also differ from other discussions that we know about restitution. When we started with Artefakte, we obviously learned that what we call in Western cultural history, what we are used to call objects, might have to be understood as subjects. And I think similar epistemological shifts should also or can or are also be raised in when we deal with cinematographic archive. I think a project by Philippa César already tried to deal with it in not only understanding films in terms of what is represented in them or on them, but also to understand the film material as the embodiment of an anti-colonial struggle itself. But I think I just stop there for the moment. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Brigitta. I just continue, right?
Yeah. Can just say we are going to try to solve this problem later. So we
okay. Okay. So now we have Rebecca Ohene-Asa as the last speaker.
Am I the only one who couldn't hear her?
No, I couldn't hear her either.
Okay, but did she ask me to speak?
Okay.
I'm not sure. I didn't hear anything. Yeah.
Okay, so
we can hear you though. We
yeah.
can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you very much for having me here. Okay. I think it's fine.
Yes, sorry, Rebecca, it wasn't unmuted, but Stephanie asked you to continue. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, it's very exciting to be here, and particularly, speaking after all these great speakers who have touched a lot on some of the things that I was aiming to speak about. So, hopefully, I'm going to just, I'm not going to go into some of those details if they've been spoken about. But my presentation today is centered on Ghana's audiovisual archives and issues surrounding their preservation and also provision of access to the content. My idea of this decolonization we keep talking about is that, decolonization is closely linked with access. For me, I see these to be going hand in hand. So without access, it's very difficult for any of us to, think about these images as being decolonized. Now, to do this, I have kind of categorized the different types of archives that are connected with Ghana into three. Now, the first are those archives that were produced mainly in the colonial era, and most of these have been spoken about by both June and then Tom. So I'm not going to go too deeply into that, but I like to commend, the project that the Colonial Film Imaging, Moving Image Project, because this project, when I was collecting data for my dissertation, it provided a lot to me, even though it had a lot of limitations. I was dealing with a subject where I was looking at relationships between colonial films that were produced, particularly by the Gold Coast Film Unit, and then the current productions, what is being done now. And this platform was very, very useful because I had just heard about some of the titles, but I couldn't find them anywhere. I was lucky for Reverend Hesse to, open up his personal library for me to see a few, but some of them were even like snippets. And so, Tom, your project was very useful for me as a student. Now, on the surface, as you mentioned, this platform, even though they found a way of connecting, both images that are of significance to the colonized and the colonizer, on the surface, it appears that it's offering a lot of access. But, I soon came to realize that out of about 73 titles that were listed under the geographical space of Ghana, only 7 were actually kind of like available. The metadata, super, all the narrative that you wrote, it gave a lot of, substance to what was there. But you could only see just about 7. I even made attempts, maybe to visit the BFI or, wherever to see if I could get extra access. But of course, there's all these, funds and all that. So yeah, it is useful, but the issues of access is something that you're speaking about it, everybody's speaking about it, and we're hoping that when somebody takes over who is going to, be managing it financially, as you said, hopefully more access can be created. Now, for this presentation, I am hoping to maybe focus on 2. So the first is what I just spoke about. The second category are those films that are stored in London, but in terms of ownership and all that, it belongs to Ghana. Most of these films were produced in the early years of Ghana's political independence, particularly from the Nkrumah regime up to about the mid-1990s during the Rawlins's era, when the Ghana Film Industry Corporation was very much, active, and it produced a lot. During the Nkrumah's era, there was an active attempt to, produce images, you could say, from a reverse gaze. And so there were a lot of continental films that were made when important events were happening on the continent of Africa. You were sure to find the cameras of the Ghana Film Industry Corporation there capturing a lot of these events. And most of these images or materials were processed in London. And so most of these materials, when they were processed and the positives brought to Ghana for exhibition and all that, the negatives ended up in London. And as June mentioned, the Rank Laboratory was working with Ghana in this regard, but it got to a point where, as she explained, economic reasons, Ghana was not paying its yearly, fees, and so they ended up, basically dumping all the materials in the High Commission until the bonded services took over. And it's good to know that the bonded services has, so far cleaned all the materials, because when they were left there, I mean, those who know London, the weather is not very friendly, and then they ended up in the basement of the High Commission West, so just poor air conditioning, poor ventilation and all that. So most of the materials were beginning to deteriorate, decant and all that, but the bonded services have succeeded in putting most of these back together, and so far they list about 1,400 titles, as something that they have. And unfortunately, we don't have any other metadata. We just have the titles. And There's a lot, there's a lot of discussions going on about how we can actually begin to have access to these materials, how we can get to know what is actually in there, because most of them are on celluloid and they are trapped in a technological quagmire. There isn't, it's very expensive to have the technology to digitize these or to play them and all that. And so this is where we are now. The third category of films are those films, mostly the positives, that were kept in Ghana, and then also the black and white negatives that were kept in a laboratory that was built during the Nkrumah time within the GFIC setup. Now, as June had mentioned earlier, these materials were destroyed after the Malaysian company that took over after the divestiture of the Ghana Film Industry Corporation needed spaces, and they just simply cleared them. And Birgit Meyer has captured, there's a very disturbing photograph of all the cans, the film cans, and the strips on a dumpster, which were basically destroyed. There are some other materials which are also kept with the Information Services Department, and then the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, and then also some private collectors at the University of Ghana, and then also, private filmmakers like Oansa and Po. They keep their own, and they found a nice way of, preserving their materials. But it's sad to say that most of the films in this category are almost gone. Recently, when I visited the GBC, poor ventilation, most of the films are just, they're very dusty. So they're just waiting for us to throw them away. And a worst case is the films at the film library belonging to the state, the Information Services Department, which we're actually waiting for the Environmental Services Department in Ghana to come and supervise the destruction of those films, because they are actually an environmental threat. Very, very sad situation, but that is it. These are the three, categories. And for this presentation, since it's very short, I'm just going to talk about the ones that are kept outside. And at this point, I'll talk about, what is being done with the materials that were produced from Nkrumah's era till the 1990s. So there's, as I mentioned earlier, there's a proposal by the bonded services to have these materials digitized. The proposal, I think, was drafted about some 5 years ago. And people like Reverend Chris Hesse, personal agency, he goes around to, every government, in fact, but maybe 8 years. He goes to every government to try to impress upon them the importance of these materials. Because what has happened is that those materials are almost like orphaned materials. Nobody is really responsible for them except the Ghana High Commission, which has, since we migrated them to bonded services, has been paying a yearly fee of about £6,000, and sometimes you really need to remind them to make these payments. And it's sad to say that in some few years ago, some stakeholders from their own pockets paid for these, paid this £6,000, pound fee, because it's always, at one point, the film industry is under communication ministry. Another point, it moves into information ministry. Another point in time, you don't know whether it's under tourism. So it keeps, is actually an orphaned, agency. But that's what is happening. And so now the proposal to digitize is citing an amount of about £500,000, which is not cheap. And especially for a country which is, struggling as middle income, we're struggling. we rather use the monies to probably buy vaccines or, build hospitals than, think about film archives. And so we keep talking about it. We want stakeholders, are trying to get government to get these films digitized. But there's no money. They keep telling us, we will pay, but they never pay. When some of them become interested, whatever government it is looking out for their interest. And so they try to impress upon those who ask them to do this to, what about if we selected those which, the films that connect with our historical, politics. And then maybe, why do we have to digitize everything? So this is the politics that's going on. They do not, particularly, a lot of the governments do not want the films that are portraying Nkrumah or, were made during the Nkrumah era. And so this is very problematic, and researchers have raised concerns. We would want all the films digitized, or at least a very clear, curatorial schedule put in place so that we know which ones we are actually digitizing and which ones we are not. Now, in recent times, some German researchers, I was glad that some of the speakers spoke about, efforts at maybe shared heritage and all that. Some German researchers, I think they sought for funds and they came to the ministry, tried to get these films to be digitized with German money. This has been fiercely, objected to by some stakeholders. They simply do not want any outsider money for this. And this is because of issues of, the precarious nature of digitization, where multiple copies are obviously made and they're scared that at a point, who is going to be the real owners? Is it still going to belong to Ghana? Is it going to? So that they feel digitizing them with Ghana money is going to entrench our cinematic, independence and autonomy, kind of. So this is where we are, and as we keep talking about restitution, bringing some of the films that Tom and, Tom has worked on back to Ghana and all that, there's certain questions that remain for some of us who are interested in this field. Where are these films going to be kept? Are we going to just have a digitized version? What happens to the tangible, materials? We still do not, at least we know that tangible films have lasted over 100 years, but we still do not know how long, the digital is going to last. In the proposal for digitization, Bonded is talking about, cloud, which is great, where a third party is going to be migrating materials and managing them. There's also the talk of, giving us hard drives, which will be brought to Ghana. Who is going to manage them? We just established the National Film Authority, which has in its mandate, to deal with such things, but there are no trained archivists, within this setup. And so even these materials may end up being, in more danger. But that is not supposed to suggest that we do not want these materials. We do want them, but it is important for a holistic, approach to how we get these materials digitized. So I will end here, and then hopefully when we talk more, I'm sure we can all share ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you, all of you, all the speakers. I would invite you here again on the stage for Q&A and brief discussion. We are a little late with the program, but yeah, we will kind of manage to do a shorter lunch break. Okay. So please, and you can also, for the ones who are connected online, I will just let Abubakar be here. Okay. So let's start with Stephanie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. This was a very big round of statements and very inspiring. Thank you all so much. And I do think that it became very clear, something that Brigitta said, that this, of course, this discussion is not new, and it is actually, it has a very long history, and all of you have been involved in film archiving practices and decolonial discourse for a long time. And also there, we could also see that there is a really wide range of experience, positions, thoughts on this. So I think there are 2 points now that we should maybe, in the short time that we still have, can focus on. And one is really the question how we could maybe, how we could develop strategies together, how we could join forces, or how important is it maybe also to have all these very different activities separate from each other in many, many places. So I think this is one thing that we can focus on a little bit, but another thing is something that Rebecca really made very, very clear towards the end, and I'm very happy about that, because I anyway wanted to stress this. When I said that all of us and all of you have been dealing with this for a long time, that also covers the shift from the analog to the digital. And I think this is extremely important, what that really means. And Brigitta also very beautifully said how films, like how we can shift maybe from the object, the idea of the object, to the subject. And then, of course, when it comes to the question of restitution, then this becomes very important to ask, like, what are we actually, what is it to be returned? Is it the physical object? And in film, those objects really decay, as we all know. Or is it, has it a lot more to do with the rights of the films, which then also becomes very obvious when people believe, and this is something that I as an archivist experience many, many times, that people ask me really, why are you doing all this? Why do you have like 10,000 films here under this room? Everything is anyway digital, so what do you do? What do you care? And then I really am very surprised, and I say, no, there's maybe 5% of what has been produced in film history has been digitized so far, so almost everything is still analog. And then the access, of course, the question of access is very, much more complicated. But then also it was brought up that, of course, like who has the material, where is it, and how complicated is it to scan film, to digitize film? It's not, you just don't put it into the scanner like this. You have to, first of all, you have to have a scanner, and then you have to prepare the material, and this involves a lot of money. So I think this shift from the analog to the digital made the entire discussion both a lot more complicated on many levels, but also, of course, provides opportunities like websites we've heard about that we did not have before. So, so these are, I think, the two fields I would like to focus on, and maybe to start with this, the second one, the shift from the analog to the digital. I would like to hear from some of the panelists maybe, but also, of course, we are open also for your comments and contributions to hear a little bit more specifically about what that shift changed in your work. How the shift changed your work.
I'm happy to start and react on this point. I think basically my work, and I've been working in this field for 25 years, it has started with the digital shift. So it has been all along about dealing with the shift from analog to digital, but things have, of course, evolved, and I think the discussion, as you rightly pointed out, is becoming really complex when we have to keep stressing the fact that, as you said, most of the collections held in richer archives that have scanners and can digitize is still analog. So we always have to stress the fact that we are not there in the digitization, stress the fact that, and that point came back a couple of times, when you have digitized something, it doesn't will stay. So the whole discussion about a longer-term digital sustainability and the investments that are needed, so all that practical. And then when you match that whole discussion and problematics with the themes we are discussing here today, it's clear that we have to share these problems. So the whole aspects of sustainability needs to be added to the mix. The practices in European and some North American archives are not sustainable. We are still discussing 4K, 6K, 8K for a few titles, and this is ridiculous because, as you said, only a small percentage has been digitized, and we still need to invest in long-term digitization. And when we stretch this on a global level, we really need to think together about alternative practices. And I think there is a lot to learn also, and especially when you apply for subsidy, you always have to think what is to learn for the subsidy entities in Europe. There is to learn because we have to learn about alternative practices, about the collaboration with community archives, alternative ways to digitize at lower resolution, ways to select together, because not everybody be digitized. That's also an utopia. So in that sense, I think the two discussions come together when you think that even approaching the practical problems related to digitization is something that needs a more global and collaborative approach.
Okay. Brigitte. Okay, no, it's, I have to... So, sorry, can you hear us, June, Rebecca, and Tom? If you want to intervene, just raise your hand so we can see you.
We can hear you, but the speakers in the auditorium, she cut out the person that was speaking.
Okay, but now you could hear at the beginning. Okay, okay. Yeah, so
okay. I think Brigitte wanted to add something.
I mean, I guess for me, and it's maybe also because the DVD is here with this wonderful work, La Cerda et le Chant de l'Oubli, a film that is kept in the Arsenal archive.
And yeah, it's not very clear. But I think she was just speaking to somebody on the platform.
Can you try again, or otherwise you can come here and speak at the mic? I
should speak there?
Yeah, I think it's better.
I mean, for me personally, one of the most maybe important encounters was in this archive with the film La Cerda et le Chant de l'Oubli, a film produced in Algeria by Algerian television, in the 80s. And this film talks, or I mean, this film might be one of those kind of early films who confronted the colonial archives after independence. There are, I mean, I don't know so many of them. I know another one, Mémoire 14, from Morocco. This is my phone, I'm so sorry. I just ignore it.
I take care of it.
They who speak in a way, or who confront this colonial, or I would say maybe, or we could think about this colonial archive or this confrontation at that historical moment in terms of cinematic time. I guess it's a notion that was brought up by a film scholar, Douan, very famous film scholar. And this is obviously a time, a cinematic time, as being a time also, or a temporality that speaks to the coincidence of the colonial project and the development of cinema. And I guess we are at a totally different historical moment in this digital age, where we have to do with the simultaneity of flows in the digital space. I realized during listening to all the contributions was that that there might be a kind of tension between archival or work in archives being institutions that have to deal with the material weight of the archive, non-institutional or critical practices, like maybe the one or like practices that I have been involved myself, or also like archival platforms that collect information about or on films around. And for me, maybe a third. It has nothing to do with the distance, I guess. So in other fields, we know also that there is a critique by people who work in the archives to people like myself who are scholars, that their notions of the archive are completely out of touch with practical issues. And I think we have to bring together, in a way, these three approaches to archival questions. Notions, epistemologic questions or theoretical ones, material or the weight of the materiality, and third, the whole issue of access, information, and circulation. And I guess there, in this third field, maybe lies the challenge of the digital time, of the digital cinematic time, which is totally different from the one of the colonial moment.
Thank you, Brigitta. I think you cannot hear me, right? So I better go, and then I will stay there too. Plus the pandemic. No, I think Brigitta, that you now very beautifully brought the two questions that I brought up together again, because I totally agree that because we as I said, we do have an archive, and I'm very aware, like all of those who have film prints, what that means, the materiality of it, and what it needs, and how complicated it is, also in terms, again, of money. But then there's still the question, like, who decides? So one idea, for example, would be really to give away the role of the decision maker, and just consider yourself as someone who takes care of the materiality, and let maybe the public be more involved in the decision making in whatever way this could be. But these are just like ideas. And for those who didn't hear me earlier, I think the question that we are discussing now is divided into two parts. One is, how can we join forces? Should we join forces more, or is it more important that we work separately in many places, so that maybe how is the materiality of film and the digital involved in that? So are there more contributions from the side of the panelists, or maybe also from the audience? Since we don't have so much time, I would open to the audience right now. Vincent.
Yeah, thank you for an exceedingly rich panel, and I'm taking away several projects that we should think about going forward. One of them, from June Giovanni's presentation, we could derive the idea of a global digital inventory with a view to restitution, which will be one way of bringing together all those various regional initiatives, which of necessity have to be anchored in their regional context. So that, I think, is one thing we could think about. And then a more general remark in the spirit of Giovanna's call for an international project about the theoretical frameworks, and picking up on something that Brigitta Kuster said. Brigitta mentioned the destruction of archives at the end of colonization in Algeria as a key episode of, let's say, a destructive decolonization of archives. And I think the case of Algeria is particularly instructive because it shows us that decolonization starts, or colonization starts with the destruction of archives. When the French moved into Algeria, the first thing they did was destroy the existing archives of the Turkish Osman administration, with a view to eradicating any record of property titles. So this was a part of an operation of clearing the territory in order to be able to build a colonial space. And that required a destruction of archives. This led, of course, to 15 years of violent unrest. So, the War of Independence was not the first Algerian War, it was actually the second Algerian War. But what we need to understand from that, and what I think is an important part of what should or could inform our thinking about decolonizing archives, is that colonial archives themselves are built on the ruins of other archives. They're always built on the destruction of previous records, and there's a material side to what Brigitta and others have talked about, namely that colonization involves the denial of history. That is a very proactive material process and work of destruction that we also need to memorize and take into account. So that's more of a general remark, but I think my main takeaway from this panel is that there's so much concrete work that we can do and need to do, and can do with all the people involved here. Thank you.
Somebody from the panel wants to add something?
I'm sorry, it was very distorted. It was hard to hear.
I know.
What was being asked, if it was a summary of the question, maybe that would be useful.
Yeah, I agree. It's very, very difficult. And maybe we will also wrap up very soon. But I do have one question for you, June. As someone who has been working in so many curatorial projects over the years, and then came up with this idea of the website, and maybe in the framework of this discussion, what was the initial idea? And I can only recommend to check out the website. So what was for you the initial idea behind that? I mean, of course, it's creating a website can always be a good idea. But in this very context, to make things accessible, how would you describe the need of such a website?
Okay. Well, first of all, I need to say that the archive is not the website. In fact, the archive is really just a showcase for what is the archive, because the archive is a very physical archive. It exists in London, and it's based at Mayday Rooms in Fleet Street, and partly based at home, because a lot of what is in the archive has been collected for over very many years in pre-digital time. So it's a very, very physical archive. And in fact, as I mentioned, I think when I spoke, is we're about to at least engage in a fuller cataloging of the archive, and also to move towards beginning to digitize some elements of it. So the website is really just a showcase, and people still have to come physically to see materials, but we also more and more take the archive to different locations to showcase the archive in different events and different locations. At one time, we were very closely involved with a project and help through an AHRC project with UAL, Central St. Martin's, where we discussed the possibility of the archive, of looking at different ways of making the archive accessible and taking it to people. And that was the idea of a studio archive, a pop-up archive that could be taken to different types of institutions. And it's something that we still would like to explore very much. And because, as I said, a lot of the elements within the archive, and we haven't done very much digitization yet, it's going to happen, but a lot of it are things that the filmmakers themselves never even kept. So it's a lot of material that not only the videos and the films, but a lot of materials that provide the context in which films were made, discussions were being held. And being a Pan-African cinema archive, it links that across 4 or 5 continents. So it includes African cinema, it includes Black British cinema, it includes African American cinema, Caribbean cinema, what was happening on the Latin American content. And that has been the scope of the work that I was curating for very many years. And hence, that is what I actually collected this material, because you're given this as a curator during that time. It was your currency. So when I'm working, for instance, we have some scripts and transcripts, because I'd be taking English language films to show at Image Caribe in Martinique at a time when the material wasn't subtitled. So they used to do electronic subtitling along the bottom of the screen. So I would have to take also it's just an example of some of the things that the archive has. And as I say, some of them weren't kept, but also we were involved in bringing filmmakers and potential production possibilities together. So we were negotiating with television, who was able to provide money for filmmakers in the next projects. So we have scripts and so as well. But all of this is explained. That's what the website is. But we are hoping to be able to soon, within the next year, begin to allow people to access more, directly with digitized material. And the last year and a half has brought that home more than ever, that people cannot come to see it, and so a digital presence is very much necessary.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree. This is not the archive itself. The archive has a different form of existence, but I would still say that this website, like also many others, but especially this one, is an archive in that sense that it is a representation of archival practice.
Yes.
Which I think is equally important as the archive itself. And I think this also has to do with something else that Brigitta earlier said in relation to Philippa's project, to always make clear that there is the material and the content of the film, but then there is at the same time the context and the practice of working with it. And I think we have to kind of always discuss all those levels together, hand in hand. And therefore, I would say that your website is an archive in that sense, as if you understand archives as a practice, an archival practice. But I think we have to really wrap up here, and this has been a very, very technically a very complicated session. I apologize for that, but I must say that I do think that because it's the first session, that all the contributions that we had so far will be taken, of course, into the rest of the day, and so we will. I think they will still be with us and have an impact on the other discussions. And then, of course, this very important aspect of joining forces, collaborating, exchanging is something that we are doing here, not only today, but during the entire archival assembly. So even if we couldn't really discuss this now and find an answer to that, we might find one or more answers in the next today and in the next couple of days. I would like to again show this DVD, Spectres of Freedom, Cinema Decolonization, that contains like a couple of films from the Arsenal archive. It was put together, this DVD that also has a booklet by Tobias Hering and Katharina Schimau, and I can recommend this one. And I would also like to say again that there is the archive here, and if you're interested during the lunch break or after the day, we are happy to give you a little tour in this living archive that is, by the way, I'm not sure if everyone here knows that we are in a former crematory. We have to stop here. I think we have to have a little break. 10 minutes? Or?
Yeah, we have a little bit break in which we will try to solve this technical problem. So let's meet again in 10 minutes. And thank you, and also to be so patient with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who contributed. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, June. Thank you, Rebecca. in which we would like to present the project Film Culture and Archival Studies Master Program at the University of Jos and the Nigerian Film Corporation. I'm very glad that so many Nigerian partners could join us today to present this project, and I leave the word to Vincent Hediger, Professor for Film Studies at the Goethe University in Frankfurt.
Yes, hello everyone, and welcome also from my side. We're roughly 1 hour behind schedule on the festival program, on a workshop program, and we have a good hour for this panel, so we promise not to create any further delays. This is a panel that deals with an ongoing transnational cooperation between Germany and Nigeria, which involves a number of partners, Arsenal, Deutsches Filminstitut und Filmmuseum in Frankfurt, Goethe-Universität on the German side, funding from the DAD on the German side as well, and in Nigeria, the Nigerian Film Corporation, which includes the National Film Institute in Jos, the National Film Academy, and the National Film Video and Sound Archive, the National Film Archive, also in Jos, and the University of Jos, which is one of the oldest and leading research universities in Nigeria. And the third partner is the Lagos Film Society. And on this panel, we have a number of personalities who represent those various partners. What are we doing there? Basically, a few years ago, the Deutsches Filminstitut und Filmmuseum and Goethe-Universität together established a practice-oriented master's training program called Film Culture, Archiving, Programming, Presentation, which has a very clear focus and clear purpose, which is to train scientific personnel for film archives, media archives, and film and institutions of film culture, including heritage institutions, and including in particular heritage institutions. A few years ago, Stefanie Schulte-Strathaus and I traveled to Nigeria at the invitation of Dr. Chidi Amaduekwe, the chairman, managing director of the Nigerian Film Corporation, and Didi Chiko for a workshop on film heritage in sub-Saharan Africa and in Nigeria in particular. And one of the outcomes of that workshop was the creation of a similar program, master's program, for the training of qualified scientific personnel and specialists for film culture in Jos, in the constellation between the archive, the Film Academy, the Nigerian Film Corporation, and the University of Jos. Part of the reason why we created the program in Frankfurt originally, which is a program that's similar to the one that Giovanna Fossati is running in Amsterdam, is that we were convinced that there is a demand for specialists with exactly that kind of profile of qualifications. And so far that has turned out to be absolutely true. Pretty much everyone we train finds a job immediately. Now, when it comes to Nigeria, you could say that the number of institutions of film culture which are waiting to absorb the graduates is somewhat limited at this point, but my argument that is always one that I draw from history and, if you will, from my own personal history to a certain extent. I'm a native of Switzerland, and Switzerland was an agrarian nation in the 19th century, which sent a lot of its population overseas to Brazil and the United States to find better lives there. So we were basically an emigration country, not an immigration country. And then Switzerland created a polytechnic in Zurich and started training engineers for a non-industrialized country. And what these people did is they went out and created an industrial base. And you know, the rest of the story. Among other things, Switzerland became one of the most important producers of ship engines. If you look at the map, you will understand that that is not an expected result. So what we're betting on with this program is the creativity of the graduates. and the inventiveness of the people who come out of these programs, who go out and actually, not just participate in a film culture, but help create it. And I think that is the bet that we're making. And the other story I like to tell is I was asked once in Abuja by a very skeptical colleague from the University of Jos what I was doing here and why we were even engaging in this kind of training program. And we just came out of a festival screening where Didi Chico had shown a fragment, a newly digitized fragment, a title sequence of a television show from the 1980s called Cockcrow at Dawn. And if you're a certain age and have lived in Nigeria for the last few decades, you will know what that program is. And so Didi started screening that title sequence, and what happened is that there's a room full of people, young people, old people. Everyone got on their feet and started singing the theme song. It was an event. And that's when I understood that we were onto something really important here. So I think that's the energy that we were counting on and that we're hoping to build on. So without further ado, I want to introduce the panelists and invite them to the podium to deliver their notes. Our first speaker is Dr. Chidi Maduekwe, who has been the managing director of the Nigerian Film Corporation since 2017, and it is our great luck and pleasure that he has recently been reappointed to a second four-year term. Dr. Maduekwe is originally a medical doctor, but he is now a specialist in cinema and has been quite a force in promoting this particular project, but the interests of the Nigerian film industry more generally speaking. Our second panelist is Professor Tanko Ijaya, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos, a computer scientist by training, but someone who also has very much contributed to the creation of this particular program. Nancy King is the academic coordinator of the program at the University of Jos. She's a film scholar and a film professor. Didi Chico is a filmmaker, curator, writer, and incidentally a graduate of the National Film Institute in Jos, which he attended in the 1990s. Ellen Hangtern is the director of the Deutsches Filminstitut and Film Museum, and a very important partner for us in Frankfurt, obviously. And Stefanie Schulte-Strathaus wears many hats, everyone knows her. But once again, she has been instrumental in bringing all this about and helping create the project and the dynamics that it now has. And with that, I turn over the microphone to Dr. Chidia and invite you to the podium, please.
Good afternoon, my co-travelers in the journey of discovery of our inheritance. Today, I stand before you to make some presentations, and our discussion point will just be precisely who we are. When did this fire, this passion get ignited, and the partnership, so the journey so far, and the future. Of course, we are Nigerian Film Corporation, created by mandate in 1979. And of course, the National Film Institute, which is a department of the Nigerian Film Corporation. It was created about 20 years ago. And in that National Film Institute, we have been running programs with started with the certificated program, diploma, degree program, courtesy of the German funding partners now, master degree program. And we hope that very soon will also proceed to the PhD program. And at National Film Institute, we are rated to be the #1 training film institute in Nigeria. And we've been in this business of training for over 20 years. We started from the temporary site, which you've seen over there. We now moved to a permanent site, over 165 hectares of land. And I would dare say that we have trained over 10,000 students in various film training programs. And our usual approach is practical, hands-on, skill acquisition. Now, the ignition. There was a startup. Unfortunately, I can see also a stop button attached to it, but we are saying it will only be start. There will be no stopping. The ignition the fire will continue burning. And it has to start by this book written in 1955 by our first prime minister, which was adapted into a film in 1976 by my predecessor, the very first managing director of the corporation, Adamu Haleru. So it was long thought to have been lost until we have the privilege of hardworking people like Didi Chika, of course, our friend from the Kulturquartier Institute in Lagos, and with the support of the German embassy in Abuja, we made progress and got this film digitized. Actually, while searching for the archival films, this was discovered by Kulturquartier Institute in Lagos. So this is the discovery of these films was what influenced the Goethe University in Frankfurt and Arsenal of Berlin for a discussion with NFC, NFI, and we had now this partnership of all of us coming together and agree on one thing, and that is why we are here today as an evidence of that agreement and partnership. So we think that it's a good idea, and it's a program that will secure the future as we make haste to move in that direction. Sorry, can somebody help me with the cursor here? I'm not used to a Mac. Can I have it full so that I can just? Okay.
You want to?
Okay, so I can go to the next one, please.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay.
So?
Right. So, this is where we are. Initially, it was supposed to be a 4-year. We started with 25 students, but at the end of the program, it's expected that the student will, among others, have full exposure of knowledge to practical skills in archival practices, understand the policy and copyright issues, and will be able to practice as a museum exhibitionist, somebody who has acquired the skill and tools. They can be able to create jobs for themselves. So we said the journey so far is such that with 38 applications that was received during the maiden call 2018-2019, we started with 25 pioneer students. The first semester, despite COVID, was able to start January 2021. Currently, there are 20 active students on the program, and on our e-learning platform was established. We have now been able to set up the second second call, and I think well over 17 applicants have indicated interest. On the journey so far, we expect that this project will be there's extension for another 2 years, and then with the increasing number of admitted students being raised from 25 to 50, finally at least 100 persons at every entrance. We also expect that 1 to 2 years international exchange fellowship program will follow. And besides, we don't want to remain just where we will be advised or stimulated to take archival awareness as something that has to be stimulated from outside. We need to have it as our culture, so we are focused on creating the awareness with the young generation. We want it to be part of our culture that there is need for us to preserve, restore our past. And of course, of all instruments in teaching, we all know that sound and vision remain very impactful. And we are part of the world of the future is that we are looking at the children, the teenagers, having things that could excite their interest. Just like you have experienced in the issue of global desire for climate change. We want in Nigeria that archival studies will be ignited, the fire will be ignited among the young ones, that they will take ownership so that when we are no more there, we won't be having our materials deteriorated. So we came up with a mobile training platform that will take this training to villages and hamlets that naturally will not have been opportune to come to our National Film Institute. So it's known as Film School on Wheel, and the whole idea that the platform is expected to integrate the use of film as a foremost teaching aid and exploit its power to make emotional connection to children under a learning process. We will use it to reach the unreachable. I conceptualized this when I became the chief executive of Nigerian Film Corporation. You've been told I was a medical doctor, and as a medical doctor, I used the mobile clinics to reach places where the demographic and the orthodox potential couldn't give them medical clinics. I felt that the same thing can be replicated here in the movie industry, in the audiovisual, by having a mobile training platform. So it's a fully equipped school. There will be projector, screen, editing suite, computer generator, collapsible. Actually, it's a 40-feet collapsible trailer. We made it in such a way that when it gets packed to a location, it will expand. So it can take up to 50 classroom chairs, like you can see there. And Nigerian Film Corporation, of course, provide the technical and other logistics. We will develop the template in collaboration with University of Jos for training program and assign officials to be trained using this medium. So in that mobile remote school on wheel from Frankfurt University, you can stream lessons or lectures from your classroom, because we have a VSAT, mounted on the truck, so that there's a constant interface with satellite communication. So in that case, I want to just give you a brief summary of this MAV-P, Mobile Audiovisual Platform. No sound? Why? No sound. Okay. No sound. Thank you. Danke schön.
Thank you, Dr. Chidia. Our next panelist is Professor Tanko Ijaya, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos. Please take the podium.
We actually plan to make a collaborative presentation, myself and Nancy, so.
Okay, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think before I forget to basically convey the appreciation of the University of Jos to all the partners, and of course to this particular gathering for giving us the opportunity really to come and make this short presentation. At some point when this program started, I started to ask myself, and a lot of people asked me, what does a computer scientist has to do with film and archival studies? But I think the more I get engaged in this particular project, the more I discover that the life actually is just about connecting dots. And I'm beginning to see how my dots, one dot is connecting with another. As far as this particular program is concerned, I can see that particularly in the first presentation, I've seen where technology, IT, is actually coming in with respect to what the context of discussion at this archival assembly. Anyway, we will basically talk about the program, but before talking about the program, I just want to show a lot of people where Jos is. I'm sure some of our colleagues have come to Jos. Plateau State is actually around the middle, and that is what is within the zone, the Nigerian zone that we call the Middle Belt. In other words, it is the middle of Nigeria. And that is actually the location that where Jos is also located, between that Kaduna State, Abuja, and Nasarawa, and that is where it is located. It has a very rich tradition as far as the culture is concerned. Perhaps Nancy can talk a little bit about the rock.
Okay. Since we're looking at the issue of culture and heritage, for us, we're always proud to showcase this rock. It's very symbolic to anyone who knows Plateau State. It's one of the very archival, monuments that you can miss out on. When you're talking about Plateau State and culture, you must make reference to the Riom Rock. And it is strategically situated. We had earlier spoken about talking about locations and the geography of, looking at spatial, occupations. So for us in Jos, the rock, like I said, is very symbolic. It talks about the natural, ambience of Jos, and it reflects the peace, the tranquility, and the tourism and hospitality aspect of Jos. And again, if you know anything about Jos, like Vincent did say, it's not an industrial city. It's not commercial, but then it is the hub of everything entertainment. And we're really so proud of it. And the rock in itself, like I said, it's quite symbolic because the beginning of tourism for us, it's situated, by the Riom Rock.
I'll give you a little bit about the University of Jos. Basically, what we call the second generation universities in Nigeria. One of the university created actually it was a college of the University of Ibadan, and then, of course, it metamorphosed into a full university in 1975. by a decree, and of course it's now one of those second Nigerian universities that we have in the University of Jos. We have quite a number of programs. We have over 78 programs with about 15 faculties. We have a total of about 40,000 students, both undergraduate and postgraduate. That is minus some of those programs that are on part-time, and other programs that we run with other partner institutions, like the programs we are running with in partnership with NFC, NFI. And we have about 13 other partner institutions, just like NFC, NFI, that we're running a variety of different programs that are more practical in nature, that address certain issues with respect to their own specific industry, more or less like we are doing with NFC, NFI. Before this program, actually, we've been running a program, a degree program with NFC, NFI, called the BA in film. Nigeria has obviously a regulatory body and different regulatory bodies, obviously. As far as universities are concerned, we have the National Universities Commission that regulates what we do in the country. And as far as the NUC is concerned, universities in Nigeria are the only institutions that are allowed, to offer degree programs, master's programs, PhD programs, and so on and so forth. And that is one of the reasons why, when there are institutions that are specialized in certain aspects, they need to have a partnership with a university for that, institution to be able to offer a program. So we've been offering a program, and NFC, NFI is one of our trusted, partner, one of those first partners that we have in the university, and we started having that particular program that also brought the opportunity to run the master's program. It's a university that has, multi-campus university. We have many campuses, the township, Bauchi Road, Laminga, and like I said, we also had, quite a number of other partner institutions, even including those that are outside of Jos, and in fact, even outside of the Plateau state. So we come up with the tripartite partnership?
Yes.
Can you talk about that?
Okay. So the background to this particular project, it's a tripartite, like the MD did say. It's a tripartite program, and we're working with the Goethe University. We're equally partnering with NFC and NFI, with University of Jos, applying the educational quality assurance aspect of this particular project. And we're excited because this is the first of its kind in Africa. I was hoping that Rebecca will be online, speaking from Ghana, and I would have loved to pry a little, because if you know anything about Nigeria and Ghana's little, beef, as I would call it, yeah. The jollof rice contention, how many of you have been following that? So it's a little bit of a pride for us to be the first to be the beneficiary towards this program, and so we're excited about it. Why the University of Jos indeed is standing out, boastfully on this is because when this project came our way, we were excited, and like the DVC did say, there's a whole lot of bureaucratic processes that you must go through, right, by the NUC, which is the educational regulatory body. But because of the interest and we have, and like I said earlier, because Jos, and if you followed the history of Nollywood, you will know that Jos is more or less, like I said, the hub and the midwifing, theater that has birthed a lot of actors, and we're proud to also have Didi as one of Jos' products, because most actors, filmmakers, cinematographers have their history, and that's the truth about Okay, so that I don't be a little bit too exaggerative here. Let's say 80% of Nigerian filmmakers have a touch with, their home base in Jos. When I mean their home base, I'm not saying they're resident in Jos, but they have had grooming, practice and exposure right from Jos. Why? Because of the already endowed nature of Jos. It's a beautiful place to want to shoot films, to want to, archive all your documents and monuments, whatever it is. So Jos, has a lot to offer. So when this project came our way, we were excited. And Professor Tanko here had to insist on Senate to give, express waiver to some of these NUC regulations, just to make it possible.
Maybe I'll just give a little bit of a background why I needed to give an express waiver. I think there is a little bit of a history, because when I came back to Nigeria from the UK in 2008, when I came on a sabbatical in 2008, one of the reasons why I came, or why I was invited to actually come, was to look at the IT infrastructure of the university. I set up the IT infrastructure of the university, and then we started the digitalization of some of the artifacts, particularly academic records. And that actually went through to the digitalization of some of the artifacts, particularly the library materials. But something happened. Obviously, I went back in 2008, but then in 2012, towards the end of it, I was also invited to come back. So I decided to come back. We commenced the digitalization of the library of the University of Jos. But something happened that is very, very fundamental. On the 8th of October 2016, our library got burned. And obviously, most of the artifacts that weren't digitalized, and particularly, themes that were there that students could actually engage, some of them weren't actually digitalized. So we lost them. And, being the person that was driving the digitalization process, because I was then the director of ICT, I was looking forward to having specialists who are able to help in digitizing some of those artifacts. But they were really not readily available. So when this particular program, many people didn't know, when the concept of the program actually came on board, I thought that was a very good opportunity for us to not only train the specialists needed, not only for the University of Jos, but for the country at large, and in fact for the continent, because we've opened up the program now. People from all over Africa can actually apply to come and study the masters, this particular masters in film, culture, and archival studies. So you talk about the content?
Okay, so like it was mentioned earlier on, we received the template from Goethe University, but because we needed to look at the peculiarity of our own industry, so we had to domesticate some of the curriculum to fit into our own theory and practices. And so we quickly had to engage, because this is, like I said, this is the first of its kind. So we don't have already trained, as it were, professionals within the film industry to handle some of these courses. And so we had to network with some archaeologists, and we also had to go to, the marketing department to get some resource persons, and we had to go to the legal department also for them to help us out with the legal aspect of, archiving documents, materials, so that we don't have anyone suing us for copyright issues. Earlier on, yes, I think June was looking at the concept of ownership. Who owns what, and what is being owned, and what is being, rightfully released, as it were. So we don't want to fall into that trap. So we have then the issue of entrepreneurship. There are 3 compulsory component courses that national universities in Nigeria it's a compulsory, you must all register for. And that's the ICT, the entrepreneurship, that has to do with the marketing aspect. And like we said, Vincent, and I was so glad to hear that every one of your partners or students who you have trained end up securing a job somewhere. So, and I was very like, yeah, so we have all our students hopefully securing jobs nationally, but I don't know, internationally, if the opportunity arises. And then, yes, these are other domesticated ones, understanding Hollywood and the Nigerian film industry. And that's why we can't do with NFC, NFI, because, yeah, they've been, there strongly also projecting the industry in JAWS. So we've looked at those concept of courses that we offer domestically.
And I think the whole concept of actually bringing the entrepreneurship course on this particular program, and indeed all the master's program, including even the undergraduate, is the recognition of the importance of the current digital economy. The country realized that we needed to actually, train students with skills, with entrepreneurial skills, so that they can think whatever they're doing, whether it's film and culture, computing science, or whatever, so that they can actually think about, the creation, of that particular digital economy that we are talking about, so that they can think about the business aspect in order to actually think that they can not only being trained for white-collar jobs, but they can also create jobs, even while as students and by the time they also graduate. So.
Yeah, okay. So as one of the outlets for the partnership we have with Goethe University and the Lagos Film Society, we're glad Didi Chika is here. So there was the first stakeholders training that was organized in Lagos. And fortunately, I was one of the delegates that participated. And we were, of course, exposed and giving that visibility as the University of JAWS. And a colleague of mine, Dr. Dan Eller, was fortunate also to be sponsored as an archivist to visit, I think about 3, 4, I don't know now. Yeah, okay, for 3 months here in Germany. I think he was in Berlin, and 2 NFC staff were also sponsored so as part of the Train the Trainers, workshop, so that we can have indigenous manpower trainers who will also impact this knowledge, to the students, and who we believe, like the DVC said, will go to the labor market and, whether private or otherwise, at least utilize this knowledge that they have been given.
Yeah, I think another point I forgot to talk about is the concept of transnational, education. When I was in the UK, actually, and that was one of the reasons also that I took it up. I was privileged then when I came on board as the DVC, who had obviously the opportunity to push the program to its approval processes. When I was in the UK at the University of Hull, I had actually designed a transnational master's program in computing in partnership with the University of JAWS. And that was sponsored by the British Prime Minister 2 initiative, which also I was able to bring in, quite a number of staff, just like the Daniela and so on, for them to see the kind of academic engagement that we have with our students in the UK. So that was really very interesting because, and very, very apt as well, because when they came to Germany, obviously they saw that there are different, perspectives to how, students engage with their lecturers, engage with the materials, and so on and so forth. So,
okay, now this is your class. Do you want to talk about it? This is your class.
Right. This is just one of one of the our sessions in one of the class that actually I teach, because I teach the research.
Check the switch on the wall. Hope somebody's holding
I'm sorry, it wasn't a professional filmmaker, so so I can give the film aspect. But that was just to demonstrate, the engagement with students, particularly on one of the courses. And one of the courses that the students are required to do happen to be a course that I teach. And I teach all the postgraduate students in the university, ICT and research methods. And one of, within the ICT and research methods, we introduce students to various, techniques, research techniques, and also the various IT technologies that can be used in order to help them, do research effectively and efficiently. So we use some of the softwares for students. We introduce them to students so that they can actually be thinking about which tools and which methods they can use at their own during their own dissertation stage. So we prepare them, right from the beginning, so that they will begin to think about the process of research, begin to think about the tools that they can use in order to do whatever the project that they are actually going to be doing.
Yeah, and also to teach you, well, actually that particular class was to teach them cataloging, using the SPSS, right, template, so that as an archivist, how do you catalog your documents, your materials, whether corporal or otherwise, for storage purposes, preservation purposes. So it was a little bit technical, but I think they had an understanding of it at the end of the day. So,
yeah. So that was just it about the program. Once again, we appreciate the partners, particularly Goethe University. I want to say that the Vice Chancellor, the former immediate past Vice Chancellor, actually, Professor Sidi Sebastian Maimoko, who is there, you can see him with Fabian and Sonia. Obviously, it was also the Vice Chancellor that gave the opportunity and the platform for us to be able to really be engaged in this particular program. Professor Tor Urapu, who was the dean of the faculty, and also who was the dean of the faculty at the time, and also the initial coordinator, academic coordinator of the program, did quite a lot. So obviously in fact, he wanted to be here, but for his current engagement, because he's currently the vice chancellor in another university. That's the reason why he's not here. But he loves, to be here, and he said we should convey his best regards, and that is here with us in spirit. So we're looking forward to, obviously further collaboration with the partners. NFC, NFI provides, obviously, the platform for us to be able to continue with the high-level programs. We would want to, think about, because in Nigerian universities, as soon as you run a master's program to its completion, then the next stage really is for you to run a PhD program. And I believe that will really create a very interesting opportunity for further collaboration, because at that level, we will be looking for not only collaborating to deliver a taught master's program, but a platform that will really bring all the stakeholders with respect to research in various areas, as far as the theme, culture and archiving is concerned. And so we want to thank you very much once again, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and Nancy, I think it's a very promising approach to frame this as a new chapter in the Cholof rights wars. I think that way we'll get the Ghanaians to step up and create their own program and have a real, competitive dynamics going on in the field of film archiving. I think I will relay that to Rebecca and see what it does. Just a quick note, I want to underline before we move on to Didi, one point that Professor Tonko was stressing, namely the entrepreneurial aspect, that basically what you're doing is training heritage specialists, but also people who will shape the digital economy of Nigeria. And I think that's a really important point going forward. I mean, the funding that we receive for this collaboration from the DAD is in a program that so far has only focused on agrarian science, life sciences, engineering. This is the first ever humanities program to be funded in that particular scheme. And the way we pitched it to the DAD is that we said there are 3 layers to the Nigerian film heritage. There's the colonial heritage, there is the celluloid heritage between 1960 and the early 90s, and then there's the video and digital native heritage, which is currently accumulating and which constitutes a new kind of richness, which poses entirely different challenges. And that particular heritage obviously is always already part of the digital economy, and I think that's where that link comes in. And in a way, what the program does is train specialists for the future of the heritage of the Nigerian film industry, and I think that's very, very important. Our next panelist is Didi Chika, who is to blame for all of this.
Okay, perhaps I can stay here. Should I observe protocol? Yes, I think it was 50 years ago that one of the pioneers of African cinema, Bolam Vera, made a call for the establishment of a pilot scheme in one African country for the archiving, the documentation of African cinema, what has happened before. We are in the course of the production of films in Africa. So consider the fact that around about 50 years has passed and we have this initiative in Nigeria. We not only have a functional archive up to climatic standard, we also now have, first in Africa, film culture and master studies program. It was probably, of course, in those heady days, it was easy to make this call for the establishment, for the formation of African, of a center for the documentation of African cinema. It was probably easy to make back then. But yes, I'm progressive too. But the thing also to understand is that third cinema archival practice is a subversive act. So you have to approach it from the point that you are dealing with archival issue in countries that mostly are coming out of dictatorship or that are still also dictatorial, that also want to shroud its history. They don't want the current population to know what has happened in the past. And so, for me, archiving, not just that it's a subversive act, archiving has become a means to grapple with my country's past and the present and where we have to go in the future. The challenge when we began this project some years ago was how to also challenge and broaden methods of working with an institutional archive, which is what the National Film and Video Archive is. And I'm an outsider to this archive. I don't work for the government. I don't work for the NFC. So I run an independent institute dedicated to the founding of the first art house cinema in Nigeria in collaboration with Goethe Institute, Lagos. And that was how this whole project began. So a little bit of background was that some few years ago, a small number of us, headed by the then director of Goethe Institute, Marc-André Schmachtel, and I think when the history of this project, I think there's always Didi Chika, but I think who was also instrumental to this was Marc-André, who pushed and helped make this possible. So we decided to find an institution dedicated to the founding of the first art house cinema in Nigeria. And we were showing, of course, German cinema, French cinema. We made a conscious effort not to show Hollywood cinema. We wanted to show films which you don't get to see in mainstream cinemas in Nigeria. At some point, of course, we decided also that, look, we have got to show African cinema because the one thing in Africa is that African cinema, films from African countries don't cross into the next African countries. All too often, I have to come to Europe to meet fellow African filmmakers. I have to come to Europe to watch African films. So we began showing this film, made attempt to show these films. But where are the films to be shown? Where are the African films? Where do you get them? For the most part, African films are not domiciled in Africa. They are domiciled in Europe. And not willingly. Most of them are being seized as part of colonial conquest. By accident, one time, in the back rooms of we find ourselves, actually by a stroke of fate, we find ourselves occupying the back rooms, occupying the building of the old film units, which was also a sort of colonial relic, because it has got a screening room and it has got a beautiful art house ambience when we first took it over. In the back rooms of this building, we discovered cans and cans and cans of rusted film material, haphazardly stacked in broken down room, and we were like, wow, what process of forgetting triggered this mass burial? And what are in these cans? We tried to open some of them. They were quite in terrible states. And the idea was, how do we rescue these materials? We did not start out originally that we wanted to be archivists or that we wanted to institute an archival program in Nigeria. But of course, that we are here today is a testament to how far we have come and how hard we tried, even though that was not our original intention. But fate trusted that task upon us, and we tried to fulfill it. In the course of trying to rescue these materials, we came across Stephanie of the Arsenal. And from Stephanie, of course, we now met Vinzenz of the Goethe University Frankfurt and Ellen of the Deutsches Film Institute. The first program we had in the course of this was we tried the Reclaiming History, Unveiling Memory program of 2016. And back then, we tried to show some of the films that dealt with history and memory. Our idea was that because these films are being shrouded, that it was a deliberate political act, whether conscious or not conscious. And we felt that to pose the symposium, we have got to pose it politically. And so we subtitled it Cinema, Memory, and Trauma, because implicit in this was the idea that there's a traumatic past embedded in this cinema that was being hidden. That was the reason why these films are being forgotten. From there, we took one step to the other. We, of course, have to mellow it down a little bit because, like I said, that you have to understand also that third cinema archival practice, being subversive, derived also from the subversive nature of third cinema itself. When the cinema started, proclaimed by some handful of filmmakers from the so-called third world, to make cinema that is radically different from Hollywood. And some of these cinema have got political contents. And some of the heroes of this cinema in Africa have become head of state and president, and they no longer want to see their past. And so militant cinema, from which most of these head of state derive their power, militant cinema has also become subversive to them. They don't want to hear anything about that. And from holding a symposium and a workshop, we moved to hold film festivals. And the driving force behind all this was that what has happened, let's begin with Nigeria, what we first posed was, what has happened to Nigeria's post-war cinema? Always I use the term post-war. I don't mean the war in Europe. I use the term post-war to refer to the war in Nigeria, 1967, 1970, the Biafran War. And we use that, so we date that because the term, which I personally don't like using, the post-colonial, is that always it reduces African history to the European experience, and also it hides every traumatic event that has happened in Africa. So we wanted to know what has happened to this cinema. Why is it that every discourse about Nigerian cinema always focuses on Nollywood? Were there no filmmakers, and were there not films being made in Nigeria before 1992 when Nollywood began? Quickly, we discovered this cinema. Theoretically, we discovered the cinema. We did not discover the films. The films are still missing. We have just maybe 1 or 2 or 3. The films are not with us. And we don't have a clear idea where these films are. But here we are. We are determined in collaboration with official institutions to create a functioning archive that will work not just for Nigeria, but that could spread its tentacle and trigger other African nations to begin working with archive so that we can fulfill the dream of Paul and Vera and create an African situation. But what we learned also from trying to found an art house cinema in Nigeria was that African cinema does not know its history. And this is not accidental. There is no archive, properly speaking, of African cinema anywhere on the continent. So where do you go to learn this history? Where do you go to see these films? And I think this is one of the big problems which the film culture and archival studies program is going to also is having, I think, and which will also be addressed in the course of trying to make this program functional and last and durable, is that we have got to know that because the continent lacks an idea of its history, do not know how cinema started in the continent, you have got to institute a proper, not just the history of cinema globally in terms of Hollywood cinema or European cinema. As a film student, I was taught that. I was taught the history of cinema in Hollywood. I was taught the history of cinema in Europe. Nobody taught me the history of cinema in Africa, in Nigeria, and in Africa. So the student, you finish school and you know Charlie Chaplin, but nobody knows filmmakers who pioneered film in Nigeria. And beyond that also, nobody knows the idea of how cinema came to Africa, to the third world. Cinema came in as part of conquest, as colonial conquest. And these images that we are forcefully taking, that was excavated as raw material from a continent, are domiciled somewhere outside the continent. And the people who own these images that we are taking without their permission don't have access to these images. I am trying to give also my entry into this project, and also my standpoint that, of course, we agree we are working on the same time frame with the same direction of trying to institute an archival studies in Nigeria. But I also say that we have got to be aware also of the fuller implications and confront what is going on at the moment. So, because if we are trying to make this project a success, it's also instrumental, significant that it is happening at this period in our history. Perhaps fate plays a hand in all this, because we did not start this project some 10 years ago. We did not start it some 15 years ago. This project was born around about the time when there is global call for decolonization of archives and museums and monuments. And this program keys into this because it also raises the question of the type of archive we are trying to create and what is going to be the fate of this archive, the step this archive is going to take in the future. In the sense that, for instance, while we are trying to save films from the past sometime in Nigeria, films of today, Nollywood movies are also getting lost. And it underlines the danger that confronts also, or the work, a bigger work that confronts us in trying to see that, yes, we are also raising through this program, we are also trying to raise new archivists, not necessarily archive of the old type. We are also trying to deal with an archive that is changing, that is evolving. And we are trying to deal with filmmakers and film students who are becoming aware, who are beginning to ask questions, concerning what do we do with these images? How do you teach this film? For instance, if we have a workshop, I'm supposed to teach a workshop in JOS regarding programming, curating, presentation of these images. If we say, for instance, that these images we are taking against the will of the people, how do we archive this and we are calling for restitution of these images? Because I think that it is not enough to ask back for artifacts. In terms of the colonial experience, I think also audiovisual material, audiovisual archiving tells a lot about what happened and why it happened or where we are going to. So if we want restitution of these images that we are taking from the point of view of the colonizers, in the archive we are trying to create and in the archival studies, how do we teach these images? Should we destroy them and say, oh, we don't want them because they are not flattering images? Or should we also present them? And when we present them, either as teaching materials, how do we present these images? And when we present them also as materials that could be used by filmmakers, there is still also the challenge: how do you repurpose these materials that we have recovered? So I think that in the whole, yes, we should beat our hands on our chest. We should clap for ourselves that we have come a long way in starting this. But the thing also is to be clear that challenges still confront us. And like I said, that as an outsider who work in collaboration with official institutions, my idea is to push and push, because I know, of course, that the institution cannot do me anything. I don't work for them. They cannot sack me or pay it to me. So the idea is to raise these questions: that what is to be done and how it should be done. And people, specifically the official institutes who are responsible, should ask themselves, what has happened to these cinemas? How do we get them beyond having maybe newsreel from some independence era, these missing images from a country's cinema history? How do we reach out and put them together so that we create also an archive that is alive, that is not something that is just there in the past, gathering dust, something that could be utilized as a practice, not just for academic purposes, but also for coming to terms with the past and also for political purposes too. My idea is to raise questions and to push and to trigger for the active participation actually in trying to create this functional archive, to trigger conversation around the type of archive we are trying to create, and to, of course, also make the call for the restitution of these images, and what do we do with these images when we get them, and how do you get the average film student or researcher to interact with the archival program, which thankfully also, like you say, is broadening beyond Nigeria. Also raises question of how do we collaborate with other institutions beyond Nigeria and Africa, so that we could also maybe have a coherent approach towards archival practice and keeping on the continent. Because I think that the premier film festival in Africa, which is going to come up in 2 weeks' time, has asked me to come and make an archival presentation for them. It's based on the fact of what we have achieved with the Goethe University Frankfurt, the University Jos NFC, on the archival program we are running so far. And so African countries are beginning to copy this, and hopefully also one day beyond Burkina Faso, one day Ghana will also want to copy that too by asking us to come and collaborate. So thank you for this brief presentation. So maybe.
Thank you very much, Didi. And in conclusion, we have statements from Ellen and then Stephanie, please.
So speaking after Didi is almost impossible because he's so inspirational. I will be very brief and say we're obviously very pleased with the cooperation with Goethe University and with the master's degree with the DFF, the Deutsches Filminstitut and Film Museum that I represent, and that will be part of the conversation at one of the later panels today. But what has been remarkable and very impressive about this knowledge transfer process and this partnership is that, as Didi says, it was a location, a particular film culture that is ripe for this kind of assessment, rediscovery, preservation. It's obviously one of the most highly productive film industries in the world. It's a lot of the media that is needing to be preserved is quite fragile and transitory from the colonial era, where most of the films are not in Nigeria, to the celluloid era, to the Nollywood era, where a lot of these films are existing on DVDs or video without original source materials. So what I just want to say is that this program, this model program, is very capable of being replicated and going to other countries. And the content is there, the curriculum is there. What was very special and unique about the partners in Nigeria is they were so open and prepared to say yes. Didi was leading the charge. He is obviously a great scholar and a great programmer, but we had, the political will. Dr. Chidia really embraced the idea of preserving the film content and finding ways to discover the lost materials. The university was very excited about the program, and this happened at lightning speed. It was fast-tracked in a way that I've never seen. I think it was 2 years from some of the first meetings till the time that the faculty at the university in Jos reviewed the curriculum and approved it. And then the knowledge transfer with many of the faculty members in Jos and also the archivists coming to Frankfurt and also to Berlin and being embedded in the staff of the university, at Goethe University, at DFF, in our film archive, at the Arsenal Film Archive, doing these long-term residencies. Then all of the German partners who've actually traveled there brought equipment. What you didn't see in the beautiful photographs is that the new film archive building is on the campus of the university. Essentially, you can go between the buildings. And so there's a research library there for the students. There is cold storage. There is the scanner. So the physical capacity for the students to really see it in real life, and these internships and these mentorships and hands-on training is invaluable. It's so much more impactful for them to be able to go through the whole process in a physical sense. And we find in Frankfurt, which we'll talk about a little bit this afternoon, the fact that they're required to do internships, they're embedded in the institutions, they're really learning hands-on skills for these future careers, hopefully following in the footsteps of people like Didi, finding film materials, figuring out how to get them into the archive, preserving them, restoring them, and screening them so that the younger generations have a sense of that history and learn along with us what these materials actually consist of. So that, for me, is the most impressive thing. There's also, on the national level, real efforts to create things like a national film repository and deposit requirement for new film productions. This is the essence of an archivist's dream, because most intellectual property in most countries, we don't have the right to force those copies to be archived in our own institutions. They're owned by commercial entities. So this is a very pioneering thought that shows that the holistic thinking and the interconnectedness of the National Film Corporation, the university, the Film Institute, the archive, and then the nonprofits and independents like the Lagos Film Society are all really thinking in a cohesive way and in a big way. So this, I just want to say, I'm very, very honored to be part of such a dynamic model. And I congratulate everybody here for getting us to this point. And I think that, we're hoping that it becomes part of a new movement of this kind of activity in many places where archiving is so desperately needed, and there's resources to get it done. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I try to make it equally short. From my side, I would like to add something that I think that is important when we speak about transnational collaborations. When Didi and I agree, also Marc-André Schmachtel got in touch with us in the first place in 2015, I guess, and told us about the films that they had found looking for a cinema space. We were in the middle of a very big move with the entire film archive. We were moving from Spandau here to the side in Green, and so we really had no time for anything else than that. And so we were trying to kind of for a long time keep it away from us, because we just didn't know how to respond to that. But fortunately, Didi was very insisting, and then he came to Berlin holding a reel of a film in his hand, and we opened it, and it was really like, he chose, unfortunately, one that was really in bad shape, so there was nothing to rescue. So I told him that, and I said, well, when the entire archive looked like that, then I don't know what we can do. And then he said something that really, I think, initiated, was very important at that moment. He suggested a project in which we would try to find people who made the films or who saw the films and then reconstruct the entire archive based on oral history. And I found this, with this, having our concept of the living archive in mind, so fascinating that we decided to go to Nigeria, and we took we have a little first aid kit, actually a little suitcase with a mobile rewinding device that is not something that Arsenal has invented. It was something that came through us through a previous project by Philippa Cesar, who already had worked with us on the Guinea-Bissau archive. And so this first aid kit kind of stayed with us. So we went and we found, fortunately, a lot more film prints that were in much, much better shape. And then also very soon could see how much this was not only about film archive in terms of like film history. It was a lot more also about images of Nigeria's history that obviously were not known, and this power that came from the encounter with those images that we saw was very inspiring. Then we, as Ellen said, and then we were, I think, super lucky to only meet people on this journey who were totally into that from the beginning on. And I think the first one was really Dr. Chidi Maduekwe, who was, Vincent mentioned earlier, he was a medical doctor beforehand, but and you can see how he immediately understood the need of healing those film prints and of what could be done in terms of restoration, reparation. So that's, I think, what also then made us continue. And but of course then, and this I think is now the important point that I'm aiming at, is we are a German institution. We get funding for our work here in Germany, here in Berlin. And so then you have to explain your funders why it is important now to bring a scanner to Nigeria. And they don't see why you should do this, because this is not your mandate that you get your funding for. Of course, in this case, then we got the funding from the Foreign Office, but in general, I think it is very important for institutions for Western institutions to really get over this moment of where you think you cannot go further because of limitations, institutional limitations that you have in your own country. I recently joined a meeting of a lot of not only film-related, a lot of institutions that did projects, cultural heritage projects in other countries, and it was all about evaluation, and they always highlighted all the achievements in the respective countries that they have done. And then after a while I asked them, but why, but what about you? How did those projects change you? And there was no answer. And I think this is very important. This is the only way to really continue or to practice a sustainable collaboration and transnational collaboration is by also really always making sure that you change here, and not only the own institution, but also the system, and including funding system and everything else that otherwise would stop you too soon from going further. And I think, but then once again, I want to end again with thanking all the
partners and all of you and all those who are not here with us for just being with us on this journey and being so enthusiastic about it. And let's just continue like that. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. To round things up, I just want to underline a point that Ellen was making about the time frame of the institution of the program. It was actually literally only 2 years from our first conversations in JOS to the enrollment of the first cohort of students. That's lightning fast. And lest we forget it, part of the process was also the elaboration by a specially appointed committee of a government white paper about film heritage, which started in 2018, was completed in 2019, and which is on the cusp of becoming official government policy in Nigeria. And importantly, that paper contains a passage about restitution. And once that becomes official Nigerian government policy, things are going to get really interesting. So on that note, I think we're already way over time. We should defer questions and discussions to the lunch break. Okay, we have the privilege of taking one very urgent question from the audience. Who wants to be the person who asks it? Yes, please.
I take out my mask, maybe you have a question.
Yes, please do.
Thank you all of you very much for your presentation and your thoughts. I feel very honored to be the one that can ask the only question for this. Well, my question actually is if some of Didi Chika's thoughts and also historiographical impulses and claim to create more visibility of African film history in Africa already converged in the master program Frankfurt JOS, because of course, if I understand it correctly, is a master that has much practical and technical approach, but in your presentation it was clear that there is also a couple of film history, film theory classes, so maybe it was already a point of intersection between Didi Chika's and your, thank you.
Pick up the microphone.
Actually, Didi was supposed to be in JOS August. Yes, then the crisis in JOS, which I don't know if you're all aware of, just suddenly happened. And unfortunately, he couldn't make it because we needed him and we wanted him to come and interface with the students practically and tell them, from his own experience professionally, so that they can now have a home-based touch to the realities of archiving. And we're hoping that he just kind of informed me he'll be here for a longer time than I had thought. So, but then when he comes back to Nigeria, yes, would like to interface on that level so that it can be a holistic component for the students. I don't know.
I may add a little note that Didi's actually currently writing a book on the history of the Nigerian Film Corporation and on the celluloid period. And with Dan Ella, who's been mentioned in your presentation, we're talking about, and we're going to move forward with this, about writing a concise history of Nigerian cinema that can then be used in teaching in this program and in other programs as well, but from a Nigerian perspective. It won't be another European national history of cinema, but it will be from the bottom up and from the perspective of the program. Madhu, please.
Okay, may I? Question. Okay. The question is to Didi and to also Stephanie to an extent. This is a very historical moment. It's not only materially you are restoring the celluloid cinema, but you are also consolidating a discipline which could be called film studies, cultural studies, or maybe you will change the name now coming years. And these two coming together, that means you are in a way reinventing the material to begin a discipline. It's a very, very important historical moment, but it's also a moment of discomfort. Thank you, Stephanie, for using the metaphor of a doctor's kit, the suitcase. As long as it's that we get some vaccines, some facilities, some technical knowledge, some know-hows to restore the material which will create the discipline. So far, so good. But my discomfort is from the history of literary studies, that if African people did not see the films from other African countries, they did not read the literature from other African countries either, right? And for last few decades, there have been a major effort on that how non-Eurocentric literary studies, which can be called African literary studies, have developed. I think that we should remember this experience, because if this process of material restoration create the new discipline of African film studies, how to save it from the Eurocentric film studies discipline? This will be a major task and a delicate task. And I don't expect you to have a blueprint for it, but I would want to put this question at this moment, that how African film studies would develop. In the sense, politically, how do we look at it? What will be our theoretical access to evaluate it? I'm sorry I'm being all over the place, but it's actually coming from a moment of acute discomfort. Yeah.
You should speak into the microphone.
I'm not actually in the area, but I think, based on your comment, it's actually very interesting. I believe that whatever that we do, we need to think about creating the future. Whatever we do, we need to also think about creating the future. And as far as this particular program, for instance, is concerned, it's not just about the restoration, because, of course, for you to restore, you need to have the knowledge, the skills, and the ability for that restoration. And therefore, the skills that are actually going to be embedded within this particular program, it's not just about that, but even about the creative thought for people that is required in order to create the kind of artifacts that are required in the continent, and not just about those ones that are already been created. I think that's actually where the merger is coming from. So there are two perspectives, but I think if we fear about that, if we have that particular concern, then we begin to ask ourselves a question: which way to go, and how do we approach the future? And I think that is just my own perspective on that. Perhaps you have more to say from that, from the.
I would like to say that in response to what you said, I think it will evolve organically, because where we are today, will you call it the African film standard, was based on indigenous, trajectory, particularly from the Nollywood perspective, which today has permeated within the diaspora and many other black nations in Australia, Fiji Island, and of course the African continent. So it has become like the benchmark, be it film in Ghana. When I was in Ghana, the newly created National Film Authority of Ghana, the lady who is heading it said that they have seen what Nigeria is doing, and they want to play a catch-up, even though they had a film corporation before Nigeria, and they divested it. The same happens to many other African, countries. So I'm trying to say that it will be organically because the standards are already being taken from inside. Because there are occasions when people say the Nigerian films are not of global standard. You revise the question, you ask, which, if it's not of standard, how come it's being, taken up, consumed? A lot of the people who are consuming it somehow are comfortable with this standard as they are progressing. So that's why I'm saying it will be organically evolved. It will not, there will be the fear you're expressing being Eurocentric. I do not think will be something to be worried about. Just like we have come up with the master degree program, they adapted our local, need template to come up with it. I think that's the way it's going to be, and we'll be happy with it at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you to all the speakers, panelists, for presenting this project. And I'm so sorry that we ran so late. I feel like the conductor of a Deutsche Bahn train who is accumulating delayed. And at this point, I think I cannot do anything about it. So we will be something an hour late. We will start at 3 o'clock with the next panel. And sorry again for that. required film archivists to acquire new technical skills and expertise. In present days, the proliferation of streaming platforms functioning as highways for the circulation of film culture poses new challenges to curators. The pandemic situation of the last year and a half is also producing deep changes in the way films are presented and experienced by the audience. Let's just think about the pandemic repercussion on film festivals. Which kind of expertise and qualification is going to be required to face these issues, and how can we, in the frame of academic master programs, prepare students to face future challenges in this field? We will start the presentation round hearing the voice of two important film heritage institution directors, and then we go on. I just do the presentation of all the guests, and then we can start with your talk. So we have Ellen Harrington, again the director and chairwoman of the DFF, Deutsches Filminstitut and Film Museum in Frankfurt, which is our main cooperation partner for the master program Film Culture. And as a former director of exhibition, film programs, and international relations at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences in Los Angeles, Ellen can share with us her views and vision for the changes in the job market of both Europe and the US. I leave, and then we have a second speaker, Michael Lobenstein, director of Österreichisches Filmmuseum in Wien since 2016, and also Secretary General of FIAF, the International Federation of Film Archives. Michael has an extensive experience in working in film archiving, curation, and research since 2004. First in Vienna and then in Sydney and Canberra. Then we have Juana Suarez, who is with us on Zoom. If we can have the build here, yeah. Is the director of the Moving Image Archiving and Presentation Program at New York University. She's a Latin American cinema scholar and a media preservationist specialist. Her first book, titled Sin embargo, Colombia, critical essay. Launched by the San Sebastian International Film Festival. He's going to tell us more about the SCOLA and the as an international center for thinking, research, experimental practice, and pedagogical innovation. And then we have Simone Venturini, who is a professor at the University in Udine and was one of the founders of La Camera Ottica Laboratory. Simone is now director of the Udine's International Master Program in Audiovisual Heritage, Media Education, and Cinema Studies, and the scientific coordinator of the Udine Film Forum Conference, and also one of my former supervisor during my PhD. So let's start with Ellen with your presentation, please.
Thank you, Sonia. So when we talk about what we're training for, I know I've been asked to talk a little bit about things like the job market and be quite practical in some ways, but I also really want to talk about the philosophy behind what it is that we do. And I really like this quote that Brigitte Kuster said earlier today. She said, "Great archives build communities." And this is kind of the philosophy that I'm coming from. I'm running the DFF, as was mentioned, the Deutsches Filminstitut and Film Museum. It's one of these institutions that needs every kind of creative talent because it's a museum, it's a film archive, it's a non-film archive, it is a programming venue. We have curated exhibitions, we have digital projects, we need people with a huge variety of skills. And coming from the US, where I was at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, it was the same kind of hybrid organization where it had all the different kind of moving parts that a heritage organization might possibly contain. So I like this idea of looking at your institution as not a siloed institution, but as something that really works in a very holistic way. And I also, when we have the master's program, which is quite holistic, it looks at people, you know, as putting them through a whole process of understanding everything from film production to film history, to projection, to programming, to hands-on physical archiving needs. And we really try to inculcate a philosophy in our team where, regardless of what kind of situation they're in, they can engage. If they're programming a festival and they have filmmakers coming, at the early part of their career, they talk to them about archiving their work. We work with, of course, more established filmmakers, trying to bring their collections into the archive and to create exhibitions with them. There's a whole range of ways to activate the material that we have access to in order to bring it to the public. And the team that we build is our ambassador. You know, they're the ones who are out there carrying this forward. Now, when I was in graduate school at NYU, I was in cinema studies, and things were pretty siloed. I mean, you either were in a filmmaker program, you were in a program on critical studies, and maybe you would go into academics or write criticism, for example, or if you wanted to go in a more technical direction, there are schools very focused on, at that time, photochemical film restoration. So what I think is really the future is taking those silos away and, again, reinforcing a culture of film heritage, film celebration, and looking at the life cycle of film in this continuous method. So also, the world of access is changing dramatically. I was trained in an era where you had to work with very large copyright holders or completely independent filmmakers, and most of them didn't see an afterlife for their films after they were screened. And a lot of material has been lost because of that mentality. Now with the global information access of everything seemingly to be online, which of course we talked about this morning as being a bit of a myth because the majority of materials are still in their analog film cans, you know, somewhere if they've in fact survived. Young people have a different sense of accessibility to materials and how materials are interconnected. They're already thinking in hyperlinks, which is something that a digital native comes to naturally, and that's the population that we're talking about when we are training the next generation and teaching them in these master's programs or through internships, through other kinds of, we have a very elaborate structure of Praktikant and Volontariat where everybody who would like to come and work with us has different modes of getting into the building, more or less, whether they are coming in because they have social media skills or whether they you know, are into logistics. I mean, we need people in all of these categories, and then we really see people learning and growing on the job. And I did that. I certainly learned a lot on the job in my early career because there wasn't a way, as much as there is now, to codify the knowledge. But I think now the programs you're going to be hearing about and some of the conferences I've attended recently offer a dramatically different landscape for the way that people can think about careers in the heritage landscape. You know, the knowledge that's needed is fluid. It's about awareness. It's about networking and cooperation across institutions. And it's about cultural connectivity, so that if you are looking at all of the different needs that we have now, you know, we don't just need people who handle analog film. Of course, we need people who have capability in the digital and digitization realm, but we're always going to need those analog people. And we have to find younger people to do this. And FIOF certainly has some of these, you know, knowledge sharing and mentoring and training kind of concepts going on intergenerationally. But this is something that we can't lose. The other thing, as I've mentioned, because I'm quite concerned about the fact that we have 95% of our film heritage still on celluloid, if people want to be able to access it and see it, we don't only need restorers, we need projectionists. We need to be able to share it with the public. And I thought it was quite wonderful that the opening film last night was deliberately made by a filmmaker who chose to film on 35, and we saw the 35 millimeter print last night. Understanding film formats, understanding the physicality of materials, whether it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're working in a film heritage institution, you should have spent time in your own archive looking at the different film gauges, looking at the preservation issues and the accessibility issues around all the different materials. And born digital is not always going to necessarily be perfectly accessible either. There's huge preservation challenges there as well. So I would say, for me, workforce development, some of it comes from the master's program, some of it comes from community building. We have student film clubs in our museum, for example, and other kinds of community engagement. We host a tremendous number of film festivals. Some are curated by our team, many are not. And this gives us a pool of people who we can kind of get together with on the same page in terms of our philosophical approach. Some of the philosophical approaches that are really quite present in our mind right now, of course, are about equity and inclusion, and there's a lot to be done in the heritage sector in terms of hiring more diverse workforce, but the barriers to entry, sometimes, certainly in the United States, graduate programs are prohibitively expensive, and people end up with a lot of student debt, and then most jobs at entry level are very poorly paid, or they are internships where you're expected to work for free. That is less of a problem here in Germany, for example, where the university cost is lower. We do pay our student workers, for example, but it's very, very important to be looking also toward people with different viewpoints, different areas of expertise. As Didi Cheka pointed out quite powerfully, the next generation of our young staff, our students and then our young staff, are going to be making the decisions that we elders make today. What films get digitized, what's in the canon, what is valuable in terms of cultural heritage. And that's a huge, huge responsibility, and it's very vital to have people who come to the table with different life experiences. You know, particularly in Frankfurt, we have a city that has, you know, more than half of the residents are not of German background. We have a huge migrational population and a very dynamic film festival scene that's very international. It's great to have those people at the table because they often point out things that those of us trained in a more traditional academic structure aren't necessarily going to think about. So those are the points that I kind of wanted to put on the table as having the privilege of being the first speaker. And then the other point that Vincent Heidegger made quite clear, there's quite a few jobs, and we really do hire from our own program. They have an excellent hiring record because people are not only coming out with technical skills, but they're coming out with a mindset that's really dynamic, and they bring a lot to the institutions that hire them. So I thank you very much, and I'm interested to hear how everyone else's programs are organized. So thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. It's always great to follow up on you, because I can just say that you've basically said lots of things that I would have mentioned anyway. I mean, not a big surprise. So I'm just going to try to approach it from a different angle. Some of those points I think are going to line up well with what you've said and what we've heard in previous presentations, and then look forward to a discussion or to more questions and potentially like more detail on some of those items. I would generally agree with something that you've ended your presentation on, which is, I think we live in good times now in terms of archives and film museums can actually count themselves really lucky in Europe, as well as in other territories, that there is actually a generation of people interested in film history, interested in the preservation, but also the curation of moving images, who come from very diverse backgrounds and actually have very non-orthodox and non-dogmatic approaches to the art and craft and science of actually film preservation and curation. When I say we, it's a bit complicated in my particular regard, because I'm constantly switching hats. So on the one side, I'm here as the director of the Austrian Film Museum, which is an institution that would not exist and would not have been able to ever come to life if it weren't for the kindness of others and the solidarity and the training provided pro bono, as in learning on the job and actually learning from other professionals in the community. On the other hand, for some years, and Sonia mentioned it, I was the director of a large national archive, something very different than, again, to an association like the Film Museum, where training and the passing on of knowledge was actually something mandated by decree, but not necessarily lived in the institution. So sharing sometimes is not something that comes natural to national archives, as many of us know. And thirdly, I have had the great privilege of being the Secretary General of FIAF, which is a volunteer role that I've played now for almost 10 years. And FIAF is a very, very broad church of film archives and museums from all around the globe, from big national archives from democratic countries, big national archives from less democratic countries, and small and independent organizations where knowledge sharing and training, and particularly training and outreach, have been a large focus of our mission in the last years. So when I say we, that we is always to be taken as a pluralist voice. And so what do we, I've divided my short presentation in 4 questions. One is, what do we teach? The second, what do we actually train people for? Then how do we actually undertake training? And lastly, our global responsibility. And this is just a few short spotlights on that. What do we teach? I think one of the things that I've seen in my career in this field is that we have been overcoming historical and I would say actually false dichotomies or orthodoxies. So in the past, film preservation sometimes was hindered also in its academic manifestations by strong dichotomies such as film, and on the other side, other media like video, analog or digital, archiving versus curating. I mean, in a book that I co-wrote, there was a whole chapter, The Archivist and the Curator, which is, I think, something that we can start slowly getting over at this stage. The technical and the conceptual, and Ellen talked about it. And last but not least, between data and metadata, which I personally think is one of the next big steps, that IT sciences and metadata management and data curation and film curation will actually forge a strong conceptual link, which I think is a very interesting point. I'd like to add 2 further items to the agenda which have both been mentioned today. One is sustainability, that basically the effect and the long-term effect, both in societal terms as well as in ecological terms, as well as in basically the question how cultural maintenance is actually upkept in an age like ours now, marked by such profound disruptions, is an incredibly important part of what is actually taught. And that also includes policy. So one thing, for instance, that the FIAF training programs have started addressing in the last years is not only training technical experts, not only teaching the craft, but also having modules on how do you do policy making, how do you argue for the necessity, for instance, of long-term preservation, how do you actually argue for increased funding. What do we train people for? I'd say, and Vincent and Ellen mentioned it, I totally agree. There is actually jobs in memory institutions such as cinematheques and film museums, but also in the broader ecosystem of film, that is, of course, film festivals. Then the presentation by our colleagues from the Nigerian Film Corporation showed that also the film industry and the content industry has a high demand. But I'd say civil society in its broadest manifestations is actually another really important part. We're seeing a really vital landscape now of communities of practice emerging, of not-for-profit archives that do not belong in the traditional memory sector, that are non-governmental institutions, where individual communities, be they regional or local, or communities of certain professionals, of certain historical experiences, are actually curating their own archives. And that is, again, something that I think, including the big field of ego documents that, Simona, you know really well, the amateur film boom that we've seen, the digital ego documents produced now. So I think there is a really rich ground for such a diverse workforce, which a very diverse and non-partisan understandings of audiovisual media and audiovisual heritage to actually be productive in society. And I'm also talking about the not-for-profit sector, which is where I am from and which is where my heart belongs. How do we undertake training? Just very briefly, FIAF, the Global Federation of Film Archives, since 2015 has completely revamped its approach to training. So from in the past, having singular big events, a lot of it focusing on film technology, on film and celluloid and restoration, has now really, I think, reinvented itself through the power of its members and the diversity of its membership to actually support initiating, coordinating, and enabling programs by its members. And that means that there is way more training and outreach, that there is, I think, a care for regional initiatives, so basically working from the strength of our members and affiliates and offering, be it a policy workshop that happens in the Balkans or 5 very successful workshops in different regions of India that focus on the one side, basic training, so again, going over the digital analog film versus video divide and saying what is the basics of media preservation and moving image preservation, to very specialized technical workshops. So I think that is a model, again, in not imposing one model on everything, but working bottom up and working from the strength of our members. And of course, that includes DFF and ASENAL, who I think have, again, what we've heard today is simply astonishing. And last but not least, our global responsibility. Again, I'm putting my not-for-profit hat in the Film Museum on. How come that a small cinematheque in Vienna dedicates resources, including my own time, to working in FIAF, teaching at training workshops, undertaking a research project now called Share That Knowledge, which is all about knowledge sharing in archives. Again, because I say to our own funders, because, and this comes back to the opening of the symposium, in how far is this all German culture? It is imminently, because we are part of a global community. And there wouldn't be any film culture in the city that I live in and that I work in if it hadn't been, as I said, for the kindness of colleagues, for the altruism, and for the professionalism of an international community. So the best thing you can actually do is give back to that, because otherwise we are never gonna be able to sustain it. And insofar, it is a pure joy and privilege to be here today, and I look forward to hearing more positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And now we can have the contribution by Nancy. Yeah. Okay, once again, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak on the tripartite project that is ongoing on, the first of its kind, like we did say earlier on. I thought I would be last so that my job would be easier. No, it's okay, Sonia, it's all right. Because for us, you know, we're new, we're just learning, and so what we are training for is actually something we thought we will also pick and learn from other, you know, well-established institutes. And but it's okay, we'll get there also. All right, so for us at JOS, University of JOS, Film Corporation, and the Film Institute, basically, our job is simple. We're trying to train capacity, human capacity in the film industry. And it's going to be a little bit challenging for us because, one, we are heavily relying on the template, the model that we're being supported by from the Goethe University, the DFF, and Arsenal, and for which we say thank you, because some of our colleagues, and hopefully, I think in the next 3 weeks, 3 of our students who are beneficiaries of the program will be in Frankfurt, and I don't know if they will be in Berlin. And one of the, I think the film archives, I think Omnimago sent us a text too, saying they are open to accommodate them in their internship program. So for us, we're looking forward to having capacity being trained, groomed, and exposed for the Nigerian film industry, because particularly right now, the terrain is a little bit challenging in terms of the insecurity situation, which I don't want to go into. But then it's one of the key factors that if we're not politically open to discuss, will even affect and truncate filmmaking in Nigeria, and particularly, like we said, JOS being, you know, one of the pioneering locations for film industry in Nigeria, because it's becoming by the day a little bit dangerous to come into JOS to try to shoot films. But because of the passion the filmmakers do have, they still, you know, despite the issue of the insecurity, they want to come to JOS and, you know, shoot in JOS. So we don't want to look at that. And then one of the things for me, Didi said earlier on that the curriculum is to look inward and to ask, what is an African cinema? And do we have African cinemas discourse being raised within the project? I grew up as a theater arts student who was exposed to film analysis as a course. And the first African filmmaker, cinematographer that I was taught was Usman Sambeni.
and we watched the film Zala, and we were starstruck. And I've not had access to that movie in like over 30 decades now, and I'm raising the same issue concerning discipline. How do we indeed maintain and sustain, a film study program without having to address, the issue of African cinematography or, the industry in Africa, as it were. I'll say this also with an issue that I see among racial representations in films and cinemas. And in one of my papers, I can't remember, was published in a Nigerian journal, I looked at, the fact that it's not a Eurocentric problem, but rather it's an African problem, or it's a black, because for us, when you say African, we, in terms of the skin hue or the skin color, like we saw in the movie yesterday, I had wanted to ask that question, but that was a little bit, because when you're darker skinned, it's a problem. I remember being a film student at the New York Film Festival, and every time we will have to go out and shoot, it was a major problem on me because my dark skin was exceptionally dark, and to get a good image was a problem. And so amongst us, even as African filmmakers, the disparity, the racial disparity is a bit huge. And when you look at African filmmakers and African filmmakers in diaspora, we begin to see the disparity, the hegemony that's been created. And so we ask ourselves, can we truly have an African cinema? And what is an African cinema? So we will, as we train the students, we're hoping that discourse such as this ones will stir up, the conversations to ensure that we indeed have, a conceptual knowledge of what, African cinema is. And I hope, Didi, contributions from you will help us out on that. And then, yes, we want to look also at the issue of relics. Like I said earlier on, Jos, it's revered for its very hospitable and, the scenery and all that. But then of late, it's been difficult to have cinemas. I grew up having cinemas platted all over Jos, Scala Cinema, Rex Cinema, the Kwararafa Cinema, which I think about a month or 2 months ago, the students of the film Masters in Film Culture and Archiving Studies had the rare privilege, very rare privilege, of taking a tour to the only survived cinema right now in Jos, which is the Kwararafa Cinema. Unfortunately, the clip is not too clear, so we can't play it. But then it stirred up a whole lot of nostalgia in us, the older generation, and that's where, a program of this nature, for the older and the younger generation, and for what we want to uphold for posterity is something that we're excited about. Because for the students, it was like accessing even the venue or the location where the cinema is situated. You need some security clearance, to get there, because it's situated in a part of town that is unfortunately, should I say, off-radar in terms of religion. So to even go there, it's a bit, difficult. So, but we had to gain permission security-wise, and the students were in the cinema and they were excited. But unfortunately, it's not what it used to be, because when Kwararafa Cinema was running, what was showing then was Bollywood and all the Chinese films, and hardly were there any, Nigerian films, historical films. Like Didi said, that were viewed there. And so we're trying to see how, students will, through this training, use their research background and knowledge to kind of unearth, some of the movies that we have and the films that we have, and see the possibility of reviving a cinema culture, in Jos, despite the hostile and volatile, atmosphere as it is. As an adult, I grew up watching BC Daughter of the River. I don't know how many of us, connect to this film. It's also one of the films, I think, am I correct, Didi? That, we're trying to, locate where it is. And it's to say that, yes, we have films in Nigeria that have been lost. And so one of the things we will be training the students is how you can, detect and a collector's item, where you can actually source and find, some of these films for us. And so basically it's just all about capacity building. And one of the key things also for us is tapping into, forums like this where we can connect and reconnect again and again. I was looking out for Erica and to say, if Erica is asking for more support, I had to ask myself, oh, wow. So there is an Oliver Twist in all of us after all. Because if she's asking for more, I'm wondering what will we be asking for? Because for us right now, we have currently an insatiable need of professional hands-on training from you people that will be transferable to the students. And so we're hoping also that we will get clips. I think if it's on, I don't know, on the social media, but then we'll also get all your materials so that we can give our students. I hope I'm not asking for too much. Yeah, so we're training our students really to network, to tap in, into all the opportunities that avails them so that, they can become, yes, our own Nigerian and African, filmmakers, collectors, I don't know, okay, all right. The last thing I wanted to say, or I will say, is I'm hoping that at the end of the training for the students, we will also find means and ways that will encourage global platforms of, having this Institute of African, June is no more here, but the Pan-African website she was talking about, I don't know the website she was making reference to. I wish we can have more, collaborations to see how that will work, for us as new upcoming emerging film institute. So at the end of the day, we're hoping that our visibility will indeed become global, and that by that we will have our students also tapping into the job opportunities that avail, so that when they come back home also we'll be able to have a well-established film institutes, not just independent ones, not just governmental, but at the end of the day we'll have this transnational collaborations that will help us. And on that note, I will say that, yes, as much as for us, I say that we have the national voice and we're seeing the transnational images, just like the collaboration between film, image and sound, or, the image and action. So we're hoping that we come with our voices crying, and at the end of the day, yes, we'll be able to collaborate with you, and we'll get all the images, transnational images that we're going to get in terms of your materials and whatever support we're going to, get at the end of the day that will help us stand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy, also for pointing out one of the scope, the aim that we have in our symposium today is really to network and build sort of networking in the field of teaching and education so that we can exchange not only experiences but also practical approaches and methodologies. And we have here some of representatives in the field. So this is certainly something we aim at. And also just to let all of you know that the other panelists that are connected via online are following us on the YouTube channel of Arsenal. So June is certainly hearing your appeal. And let's go on with Juana Suarez, who is doing the presentation from New York. Hi, Juana. Good to see you and have you here today.
Thank you.
Okay, so just you can go ahead and...
okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. So I would like to start by acknowledging that I am speaking from New York University, which is located in ancestral Lenape homelands. And we do this because we are conscious that New York has the largest urban Native American population. And this historical awareness is a way to recognize the exclusion and the erasure. And this is very critical to be able to overcome the effects of colonization in educational institutions. I also made this statement as a mestiza woman immigrant who is constantly aware of the nomadic experience of communities from Latin America and its disparities, an issue that keeps affecting many indigenous and Afro-descendant communities. I would also like to start by thanking everybody at Arsenal and all the other organizing and participating institutions. I am happy to see a new exchange, a new opportunity to share ideas, because this is important not only for us as educators, but also for the students and for the institutions that we are going to be serving as students. As it was mentioned, I direct the Moving Image Archiving and Preservation Program at NYU, and I have a multifaceted vision of what this is about, because I was a student of the program and I came here with a PhD, and then I did the MA. I was also a visiting scholar. I was an adjunct faculty member for Cinema Studies. We are nested in the Cinema Studies program here. And I am now the director. So also I am a person who is a digital migrant. I grew up with analog media and colonized by US television. So I think that all of this contributes to the vision that you bring to a program when you have the responsibility to be the director of something. I'm also a Latin American cinema scholar, and that is important for me because I think that I see that there is more awareness of the role the archive plays in research and how it is important for emerging scholars and junior scholars. That's something that did not happen. I echo a little bit what Ellen just said at my time. And I would say that this is important because the difference, I think that there is still a huge distance between filmmaking programs, cinema studies programs, and archival studies. Not many programs, educational programs, include a course on the basics of film preservation in their curriculum, and this is even more notorious in places where archival institutions are very uneven in structure. I think I'm often invited to talk about as a person that works with Latin America. So there are many institutions in Latin America that cannot even afford a website so that they can let other people know what kind of assets they have or what kind of collaborations they could sponsor. And this is also important because we have archives that are puzzled not only because of structure, financial endowment, needs for training for staff and technicians, but also even if Michael was making a reference to democracy, democracy is not experienced at the same level in every country. And then we have countries like Brazil, where the Cinemateca, which is supposed to be a democratic country, but the Cinemateca Brasileira has been closed for, a year and a half, over a year and a half, it just had a fire at a warehouse, and this makes more complicated the possibility to work with institutions and be able to showcase, exhibit, curate the wonderful collections that they have. The NYU, I am not going to repeat things that I have said in other forums and where a lot of you have been present, but we also have a lot of presence in Latin America because over the years we have hosted the archival preservation exchange. And so our training at MIAP also becomes a catalyzer. And I think this is a little bit similar to the experience between Frankfurt and Nigeria. What we do here in New York also becomes a catalyzer for the things that can be happening at the training level in places like Latin America. So let me talk a little bit about things that I think echo some of the things that you have said. We have a very diverse background as for the kind of students that we get. We are starting classes today, and our incoming students, I think that over the years, since I was a student and to this moment, we are getting a lot of students that are more aware of what this profession is about, the demanding environment of digital skills, knowledge that this is a field that evolves every day. And in addition to technical and digital challenges, as a community, we realize the many revisions and processes that are taking place and that have to happen for cultural heritage institutions to be more inclusive, actively diverse beyond a series of policies and discourses of tokenization, and be willing to carry out reparation projects in the way collections have been identified, described, cataloged, arranged, curated, access, and be given access to. So this is important because things such as movements such as Black Lives Matter, current events, the Me Too movement, etc., obviously shake the way we are working in the archive. All of those are structures that need to be revisited, and all these discourses and all this energy, that the questioning energy that new generations are bringing needs to be incorporated into the way we think of archives. So I think in most of the programs that we have gotten involved as a program, at least during my time as director, I am starting my 5th year. Our mantra has been drawn from Apex, and is about bringing the concept of training to a horizontal level where we teach and learn together, and we acknowledge the uneven structures of power, access to technology, availability of resources, and we attempt to establish another dynamics. So of course we have a curriculum, there is a canon of readings and concepts, but we keep attuned to the changes in the profession and needs of existing and emerging communities. So in that way, I asked for permission to share my screen because I wanted to show you a couple of things that I believe are important. Is everybody seeing the MIAP courses website? I need like a human voice. Okay, thank you. So because I was talking about that divide, I'm often, and I am very honored, and I think it's a big responsibility that I'm often included in programs because I am working on a book on archives in Latin America. But that divide that seems to be so strong between the so-called first world, second world, third world, in many cases is more than a fiction, because the first world is also made of a lot of third worlds. So we do have a curriculum. The curriculum, of course, to change any curriculum is an educational process that implies the university and offices of education. That's something that we are planning to do because we do see the need to revise many of the courses that we have. We have a very fixed curriculum, and we know that there are many things that had to be included, courses that have to change of courses, and courses that need to rethink how global discussions are brought into what we do in the classroom and in the internships. But I want to talk about some of the programs that we are doing as MIAP that show that that divide is very fragile. And I want to start by our regional media legacies. And I can also start over my presentation and say, my name is Juana Suarez, and I am here to talk about money, because money is an issue in archives. So because there are public releases about these grants, our Regional Media Legacies project, this is the blog that the fellows and the interns have created. Our Regional Media Legacies project is a project endowed by the Gardiner Foundation. And we mostly work in Brooklyn, Queens, and this stripe, which is Long Island. And some of the findings of this project is we are working with hidden collections in these 3 geographical areas. This is a project that received $322,000 with matching funds from NYU. We had surveyed 57 institutions over a period of 2 years. 28 are actively interested in participating. Some 10 institutions are actively hosting fellows and interns. Of course, the project suffered a lot because of the pandemic. We are not tackling libraries here. We work with historic houses, regional museums, for example, the Railroad Museum, the Coney Island Museum, the Brooklyn Diocese, etc. And so the program was halted by the pandemic, but was not suspended. And like any other archivist in the world, we were able to display an amazing amount of creativity and patience to keep information. When we work with archives, we are working with information to keep information flowing. So many of these organizations in Queens, Brooklyn, and Long Island are understaffed. They are run by volunteers. Many of these volunteers do not have any kind of training on analog materials. They don't know formats. They don't know anything about identification, basic care, handling. And there are huge digital needs, but there are also a lot of collection management needs. That will happen. I think exactly the same thing will happen if we were going to tackle Bronx, Manhattan, because of course in Manhattan, there is a lot of institution in landscape institutions such as the Guggen, the Met, the Whitney. We are very grateful for the work we do with those institutions and the way that they welcome our students and support our educational opportunities. But we cannot forget that there are all these minor archives and hidden collections in other parts of New York. And you have to imagine what would happen if we were going to do this census across other states in the United States and other regions of the world. I also want to talk about the Digital Preservation Outreach Education and Network, and I am only dropping the amount of money that has been requested for these projects and that is invested just to raise awareness on the difficulties for places in Asia, Latin America, Africa, poor states in the United States. We just had a horrible storm last night, and we are always recovering from a natural disaster in which the lack of green print in former archival practices also have a responsibility. For the Digital Preservation Outreach and Education Network project, this is something that we do in cooperation with the Pratt Institute School of Information. And this is a project for which we received $600,000 from the Mellon Foundation. And it targets professional development support to cultural heritage professionals. It also has an emergency hardware support that was in high demand during the pandemic. And we also offer workshops on digital preservation. NYU has centered the efforts in surveying geographical areas of the country where access to resources is very limited. So states that you often don't hear about, South Dakota, West Virginia, Kentucky, Idaho, Alabama. So when they have big universities or big heritage institutions, they get a lot of support, but that's not the case in many of these states in many cases. We have also made it a point to include Puerto Rico, which is a colony of the United States and has very specific bilingual needs, because the fact that they are a colony of the States does not mean that everybody is bilingual English, Spanish in Puerto Rico. So it is also important to remark that when we want to approach from a less colonial perspective, we always want to ask what has been created here, how do you operate? In the case of Puerto Rico, it's very important to underline that they have a very well organized networking of archivists, Achirret, that only started to include the conversation on audiovisual materials after our work together in 2018. But I also wanted to remark that the average, we do webinars and workshops that are 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, and the average registration for these workshops, this program is only oriented to the States, and the average application is 160, 200 applications for workshops. So the bigs are neat. You know that we also work with the Orphan Film Symposium, and I just put it here because this year, the next edition, which is going to be in Montreal with the support of Concordia University, deadline for proposals is October the 1st. The next edition is going to be about counter archives. I think that we often center a lot in institutions, and I say this with due respect, institutions that are part of FIAF, IASA, the big associations, professional organizations, and we tend to forget the role that counter archives and minor archives play in the constitution of world audiovisual heritage and their particular needs. So I do hope that this is going to be an opportunity to see how to collaborate, how to insert this ongoing conversation. And I also want to remark on something because I work with Latin America. We just joined an initiative that started in Santiago de Chile on creating a network of community archives. We had our first meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago. We did a census, and 67 Latin American archives from different countries completed the survey. So this is a partial. We don't have everybody. We are still gathering information, but these are minor archives that are not affiliated with these big professional organizations and need attention. And finally, of course, I want to talk about what is a little bit the core of all this international collaboration, and is our APEX project. And I could talk for hours, but I just want to summarize it to say that we started in 2008 in Ghana. Other than Ghana, the other country that is not located in Latin America that we have worked with is Spain, and it was not Barcelona, it was not San Sebastian or Madrid, the metropolitan, the very metropolitan zones. We work in Cartagena in the south of the country. And also, we have worked in 10 different countries, and we have partnered with 25 institutions. So if you go to our website, you will find that we have worked in Puerto Rico, Rio de Janeiro, Cartagena, Santiago. And I kind of like to list the cities more than the countries, because cities can also be, the landscape of cities can be very different. It's very different what happens in Bogota, Colombia, for example, that what might be happening in Barranquilla, although it's the same country. But I wanted to bring up a couple of things that are important from what we have learned through APEX. And one of the things is that digitization seems to be like the aspiration of programs. Over this summer, this year, we work with indigenous collections in Oaxaca, Mexico, Brazil, and a university in Honduras. And I think that a lot of institutions join the program thinking, oh, we are going to have a fast, cheap, effective solution for digitization. And I think it's important to move this conversation to talk about collection management. Digitization, in many cases, is transferring the analog problem to a digital problem, because we are working with a lot of people that have energy, a lot of knowledge in many cases. Sometimes they do not have knowledge, and they have a lot of desire to learn. But over the years, digitization has been sold as the solution, and we forget all the processes that had to precede the digitization until the moment that we determine readiness of the files that we want, of the materials that we want to digitize, and all the processes that had to follow digitization and that are encompassed in the concept of digital preservation that is expensive, that has to be thought from a more ecological friendly point of view, and that is also very vulnerable. So for us, something that we have been doing in ACTEX is rewinding and telling people the most important thing is your notion of collection management and how digitization as a preservation procedure fits into that. So the needs increase every day. We have also tried to keep a digital humanities project that will be a hub for Latin American archives, but digital humanities projects are also very expensive, difficult to maintain. They need money. They need people to be able to go to the website and feed content, create social media, which is so important these days. And it is very difficult to get this money. Now, you will say, yeah, but you work at NYU. No, we had to apply for grants. Grants take 2 or 3 weeks, and we have other needs in educational institutions. So asking for grants, fundraising is per se a very demanding and expensive process that also has to be contemplated when institutions have to fundraise from Latin America, from countries that do not speak English, etc. And there are grants these days that are intended to target international institutions and are telling these institutions, you have to generate metadata in Spanish and English. So I think that we have to beware of what we are asking institutions with the funding that we are providing. I think that if there is a silver line of the pandemic, is that we spend too much time sharing on YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, and now we have learned what other people are doing in other countries and in other continents. And I think that associations such as FIAT, IFTA, IASA, AMIA, FIAF are more active now, trying to tackle the training needs of the region. But I also think that there is a lot of redundance of activities. There are many repeated activities, and it will be very important to have a clear vision of what has been done, what is being done by other institutions, and how we can avoid repetition of activities. So it's also very important to incorporate solutions that come from the global south, although I don't like to use that term, but you know what I am talking about. Brazil, amidst the problems, has a very successful preservation lab at a university, and they do teach a course on preservation in their undergraduate curriculum. The Uruguayans at the Universidad de la República handled to revamp a machine that was sized from a bank into a 4K scanner, and they are doing their digitization with this machine. IASA, for example, is working with RIPASA, which is a digital preservation network that is already very much organized in Latin America. So I think it's being very effective in collecting the webinar and training efforts that were already being done in Spanish and Portuguese, and not just creating new things. There are a lot of grants and there are a lot of big initiatives, but in countries, I'm speaking now with my Latin American hats. I can, for example, mention an example. We just got support for a project that I've been overseeing for 6 years on the digitization of ethnographic documentaries in Colombia from the 80s. And some of them are going to be digitized through the Save Your Archive program. But getting the money to transport the 30 cans of film becomes a problem. We get support through the diplomatic body in Colombia for transportation in diplomatic suitcase, but the government does not give us the money for the FedEx or the UPS. That's already $3,000 or $4,000 that are very difficult to get for archives in Latin America. So we have these projects. So what is the solution? Should we be lobbying for corporations like FedEx to be sponsors of these projects so that we can transport these materials in a safe way? These materials are very valuable in Colombia, and then put the logo in our restorations. It's kind of a conundrum. So I think that these things have to be considered, because I want to invite a reflection on how many things will have to happen for these collections, not only in Latin America, but in remote parts of Europe, the States, Asia, Africa, to be able to be resources for curatorship, exhibits, repurposing, instructional needs, access in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Juana, for making this really interesting presentation of all the different activities.
Film heritage institutions are multi-layered infrastructures, including professional, embodied of more and more non-institutional and non-formal actors in research, education, and archiving oblige training programs and archives to rethink their own frameworks and methodologies. Here we see it as a set of competencies applied outside the film archives, profiles aimed to activate training action at institutions that still struggle to manage hybrid collection. Above all, educational programs and archives started to act as knowledge mediators with emerging communities and grassroots archives that, on the one hand, lacking tools and basic skill to preserve the collection, but on the other hand, they are the bearers of new political, cultural, and archival demands that catch the institution traditionally responsible for training archive unprepared. Today, more and more generations of archivists, researchers, and film curators have been trained at the crossroad between archives, labs, museums, universities, informal and non-formal places of learning. Such hybrid figures with interdisciplinary skills will be increasingly needed, particularly to situate the film heritage within a broader and more complex cinematic culture, and to pave the way to the new methodologies and approaches to archival training and practices. Consequently, new skills and competencies will come from the increasing acknowledgement of archives as knowledge production infrastructure, and from the critical and conscious attitude toward film archival artifacts learned by more and more scholars and researchers, and then transmitted through several educational programs on film media heritage. Knowledge production and knowledge exchange at transnational and trans-institutional level will be fundamental in the future. What we want to outline is the overcoming of secularized hierarchies and of the subdivision between analog and digital, and therefore also to avoid any Western-centered misunderstanding about more or less evolved, more or less state-of-the-art archival and educational context. Rather, in the post-digital and post-pandemic era, we should think about how the digital is modulated within various materialities, within various cultural and geopolitical contexts and infrastructures. Here we can envision digital and post-digital environments as research and educational infrastructures for interdisciplinary and trans-institutional work group. Here, the collaboration between universities, archive, museum, cultural research center, non-institutional group, emerging communities can achieve modalities in ways that were inconceivable in the past, in particular thanks to the hybrid infrastructure. In conclusion, let's imagine hybrid post-digital environments based on interoperable digital objects and platforms, linked open data, but also on hands-on approaches, remote learning, assessing analysis on film artifacts at distance through document camera and other low-cost devices. In the end, from the perspective of a university educational program, the challenge will be to foster unprecedented collaborations and partnership to understand what kind of profile heritage institutions are looking for, to build together educational research infrastructure to pave the way for new experimental and professional fields, to then outline which competencies and skills students should acquire, and even earlier to understand how future roles in film archive and curating can be integrated within the master program. That's all, thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Simone, and I'll ask all the panelists to come here on stage. And I will right away open the floor for questions, and but I think we can get away some keywords from this discussion under this umbrella of holistic conception education, beyond specialization, beyond borders, beyond, let's say, frames. Are there any questions from the audience? Or comments? Very bright room right now. Otherwise, I can go on, but I want to be sure that there is no question.
That was all like conceptual speed dating. I loved it. There's a lot to think about.
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mine is not actually a question, but just a comment. Particularly, I was really very interested in the last presentation, and I think that whole space or concept of multidisciplinary approach is really very, very important. And when I followed your models, your framework, I looked at number 2 and I think number 5. And while we're looking at that as a computer scientist, and most of the computer science that we have, this is the space for us. And that's the kind of the multidisciplinary approaches that we need to be looking at. Problems generally are no longer in silos. So I think we need to broaden our perspectives as well with respect to how we go about doing some of this, some of the things that we need to approach. So I think that model or framework that you more or less just presented is something that we need to look inwards, because we within universities we have the skills, we have the practitioners in those aspects. What we don't have or don't understand is how to apply some of those skills in a variety of areas. So I would say that it's very, very important that we engage other practitioners that are more or less not within the core practice of film and media cultural studies. So that's just the point I'd wanted to make. I remember that in one of we used to have a program in computing in the University of Hull. We actually merged a computing department and media and performance studies, and we came up together to actually deliver a contemporary, kind of program, at degree level, that is more or less addressing, or that is supposed to address, this kind of digital space with respect to, creative space. So it's a multidisciplinary approach that I was really quite interested with that of your presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Tanko. Also, I think this is a question or an issue that is challenging us as teachers in many ways. The idea that that through mass digitization, we also have to convey information, technical, so IT skills, or at least the skills to students to understand how to deal with big data, how to deal, so this convergence between information technology and film archival studies is something we are seeing, and also, I think also from the side of institutions, it's a change that is happening and will definitely also happen more in the future. Maybe Michael.
I just want to reaffirm, Sonia, what you just said and what you said, sir. I mean, we live in the most interesting times, and it's so funny because a few years ago, for instance, the European Union was pretending, and the industry was pretending, that we already live in a post-digitization world, which is of course complete nonsense when you work either as a creative or as somebody in the film industry or as an archivist or curator. And increasingly users have noticed that anyway. But this is interestingly enough now the time where I feel that this, and I think we all talked in different versions about the same thing, like this mix of a very broad, open-minded, interdisciplinary horizon and an eagerness and curiosity between various disciplines to blend. We are really coming to the point of rewriting a lot of the methodological framework, but also redefining what cooperation actually can be. And I mean, I'm not that old, but I do remember when I started out working in film archives, the borders and the divisions were much clearer drawn. Yeah? You wouldn't have had that conversation. Yeah? You wouldn't have been able to have a film school and an academic institution from Africa and an academic institution that actually comes from conservation but has now broadly moved into this, and two film heritage institutions of very different background, actually to be able to speak with such a gusto and joy about these gray areas between disciplines, but also translating that into our own practice. Yeah? This is actually also, everybody who is here is not only talking about this in purely theoretical or academic terms, but this is always about application and implementation and reinvention. And I think this is just wonderful. So the whole panel was actually exactly that kind of appetite and hunger that Nancy talked about, that is there, that's actually reinvigorating.
I don't know if you want
just to add to
I have something to say in that regard, Sonia.
Sorry, Juana? Yeah?
Yeah. Unless, is there somebody who was going to talk? I can go next.
You can go ahead and then Simone will.
Okay. I'm not, I hope I'm not repeating things. I'm not getting everything that is discussed there, but I think I never really answered the question of the forum, which is, what is it that we train for? And I think that we train, and I think that I can echo, I hear this in the different presentations. I think that we train for access to information, advocacy, and community. And I think that those three things are very important. Perhaps because we are a little bit older as a program, I do think that our students, I only mention projects that highlight that the divide is not that sharp, that we even face those problems of the third world in first world countries. But of course, I think that our students have a very successful rate of job placement. And we have students working at the Smithsonian, at the Guggen, at the Whitney, creating their own things, such as the Marmia archive, the mid-regional archive in Baltimore. And if you look at our production, most of our theses are online. Our students have been working for thesis projects on DNA in the archive. I'm only mentioning a couple of them: face recognition and how that's going to impact cataloging processes, the archive in the Anthropocene, sound archiving, board digital camera originals archiving. And I think that we do train the students to face massive digitization projects, requests for proposals, writing for proposals for contracts, and dealing when they actually get the access. No? What I think it will be wonderful is to think on how we can collaborate for the programs that are being created, programs that are very recent. And I know the program, I don't have the pleasure to know Pablo in person, but I had lectured at the Cinescola program. And we have a collaboration. We had people from our program and graduate people from our program teaching for that program. No, Caroline Gill, Mona Jimenez, Pamela Wiesner often teach for that program. So I think it will be wonderful. And that's when I think about, let's think a little bit about repetitions, how we can drag some knowledge that the things that we are seeing or that we have seen across the time during the existence of programs work as a cautionary tale of things that should not be repeated in this craziness for digitization. Now, so I think I don't know, I'm not thinking very fast here, but it would be wonderful to have like some kind of data bank of experiences that we all can contribute, because experiences do mirror from region to region and from country to country, and effective solutions that were applied at a place 5 or 6 years ago might be the solutions that are good for other places. Same as some problems and challenges in archives demand new solutions.
Okay, thank you, Juana, and Simone wants to...
So, thank you. I was lost in the following one, but just to answer, and I think that the idea that is shared between us about interdisciplinarity is, in other words, for the acknowledgement of plurality. As, for example, at the beginning, Michael Lobenstein talked about that FIAF is full of plurality of voices. It's like a polyphony. Means when we before specialized someone on something, on a skill, on a competencies, it's better to create like bridges between professionals. Because in plurality, recognizing and acknowledging pluralities means that I'm constrained to understand what is a lookup table for imaging scientist, or what is a matryoshka for IT developer, or what is a mediator for Bruno Latour. It means that I have to stay in another ground and acquire bridging competencies. And when I will be in my first specialization, I will be able to understand in every time, every place that I will be, from Barranquilla in Colombia to Udine or San Sebastian, that I'll be part of a heritage institution or a provisional temporary non-institution. It means that we have to realize something that is common, and if you look, we have a term, interdisciplinarity, but it is a scientific, neurology and film studies. But there is no specific term for what is trans-institutional cooperation, joint venture, cooperation project, intersectoral, which is the term that expresses what we are doing right now. This is what we have to develop experimental place where a different layer we cooperate together to build, because like anno zero, like an anno zero, like is not the reset, but it's like anno zero for several, from several point of view.
Okay. Are there other questions or comments from the audience? If not, we are going to the next panel, which is going to be presented and moderated by Erica Carter. So you can leave the stage. We have the disinfection going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, we try to... Oh, yeah. Hi, Erica. Sorry for being late.
No, it's fine, but you have to give me instructions.
So now is Janet.
Yeah,
Hi, Janet.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes, you.
Hello, colleague from London.
Hello.
Can you see us?
I can see and hear you. Can you hear and see me?
Okay. Yes. And thank you so much for being here, and sorry again for the delay. We had some technical problems in the morning, and so it all just went a little bit out of time. But I hope this...
Don't worry, I've been following it all day, so I know about, sorry, I've been following it, so I haven't been waiting and thinking, oh, where are they?
Okay. So I'm also, we are also waiting for Abubakar, who is also joining us online.
Okay, I'm just going to go to the loo. So I'll be back. 3 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I'll see you in a minute.
So Sonia, do I have the ability to share a screen?
Yes, you can share your screen.
Okay, can I? I'm just going to have a.
Yeah, you can try it now so that.
It's not letting me.
It's not.
Oh, just wait. Grant access. Open system. Let's see if that works. Wait, let's start again. It doesn't matter if I can't. I can't do it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it depend on us or?
I'm not quite sure. I think it's probably. Yeah, it's just not looking as it normally does. It's just giving me options of my phone, my screen, but it's not allowing me to see what's on my desktop. Don't worry about it, Sonia.
Okay.
I'll just talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Masha is Abubakar Sadango is not online right now. Okay. Yeah.
6 now so that we can all make it back to the film. I'm going to make this a very short introduction indeed, but I just wanted to go back right to the beginning of the day when Stefanie was presenting the kind of genesis of Archive außer sich and talking about the Living Archive project in the early 2010s, which, as you'll no doubt recall, had as its subheading archive work as a contemporary curatorial and artistic practice. And that sort of embodies, I think, a theme that's been constant throughout the day, which is the inadvisability and the impossibility of, in the context in which we're working here, of separating archive and curatorial practice. Nonetheless, that's what this panel will to an extent do, or rather the emphasis here is going to be on the theory and practice of film curatorship. I'm just going to very quickly introduce the 5 panelists who we have with us today, 6 panelists, sorry. Janet McCabe, who's joining us from London, is a reader in television and film studies at Birkbeck, University of London. She's program director for the MA there in film programming and curating. She works on exhibiting the archive in particular, working with women's collectives, and she's also part of the curating collective for the annual Essay Film Festival, which is held at Birkbeck and the Institute of Contemporary Arts in London. Marc-André Schmachtel, who is joining us live, has worked from 2006 to 2008 organising regional film festivals, and since 2008 has been working for the Goethe Institute, first in Cameroon, and from 2010 to 2016 as head of the Goethe Institute Nigeria, and we heard on the Nigerian panel about his formative role in the work that culminated in the MA program, and he's currently in charge of TV and radio cooperation at Goethe Institute headquarters in Munich. Madhu Dutta, also on the panel, is a filmmaker, author and curator from Mumbai, India, currently the artistic director of the Akademie der Künste der Welt, the Academy of the Arts of the World, based in Cologne. Of the many projects on which she's worked, one was a project that started 10 years ago called Padma, where a call was sent out to filmmakers to upload, not unload, possibly also that, unedited footage for others to download and make usable for other filmmakers. I don't know if that's a project you're going to talk about, Madhu, but it is an extraordinary initiative. Abu Bakr Sanogo is joining us from virtually from Carleton University. Amongst his many teaching and research activities, he works on African cinema, Afro-diasporic cinema, film archiving, colonial cinema, and post-colonial cinema. He's also the North American Regional Secretary for the Pan-African Federation of Filmmakers and initiated and oversees the FEPASHI archival project and has been instrumental in establishing the African Film Heritage Project, which is a major film preservation and restoration initiative in partnership with Martin Scorsese's Film Foundation and UNESCO. And finally, Jihan Al-Tahri, also joining us on the podium, is the artistic director of DocsBox, which is a non-profit institution for support and training in documentary filmmaking based in Berlin. You have an archive-based program initiated that's launched, I think, in October 2021, starting in 2 hubs, Senegal and Morocco. a project that seeks to recognise forgotten links between the north and south of the African continent and lays down the infrastructure to unearth local images, train archive researchers, assist filmmakers working with archive films, curate visual and sound art exhibitions as well as performances, using archive footage as a main resource. And we'll hear more about that and other work, no doubt, in your talk later. But I'd like, first of all, to hand over to Janet to start the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erica. I'd also start with thanks to the organisers and in particular Sonia for the invitation to this discussion about curatorial kind of work as a junction between theory and practice. I feel very humbled by the company I'm in, but at the same time, I do wish I was also in the room. My contribution to this discussion is based on my directorship of the MA in Film Programming and Curating at Birkbeck, University of London, which next month will enter its 8th year. But I'm also, as Erica explained, a feminist film and television scholar, and I work as part of the curating collective at the Essay Film Festival with a particular kind of emphasis on working with the TV essay, but also women's collectives. As a way to start the conversation and from my perspective, I'd like to introduce the MA. A first of its kind, the MA Film Programming and Curating explores the diverse ways in which films are conceptualized, selected and presented to an audience. But we're based in the heart of London. London, not only a global city, also, I suppose, a hub of colonial histories, for better and for worse, but also London is a series of local villages. And so the MA in many ways has long taken full advantage of its location and this locatedness. This sense of being situated somewhere is important to us because of the range of exhibition and archival sites where students can physically visit and use in their study of film programming and curatorial practice, both historical, but also contemporary. From galleries and museums to film festivals and cultural centres. The diversity is important to help facilitate professional networks and alliances. But also, and more importantly for me, perhaps as the program director, it is also about a sort of diversity of thinking, different kinds of intellectual encounter and knowledge exchange, which expose the students to different ways of thinking, understanding and practicing film culture, from local community-run cinemas to specialist archives, which also sort of exhibit films for an audience and build communities as well. In addition, Birkbeck is also a hub of exhibition from the moving image in how we actually practice our film curating through research. The Research Centre, the Birkbeck Institute of the Moving Image, is an example of the practice-led approach central to the MA. Not only does BME curate a program of public screenings centered on practice-led initiatives into moving image culture throughout the year, but also BME is the host of the Essay Film Festival at the end of our spring term in March, which is also integrated into the MA program. So we use it as a site of learning, but also as an example of professional practice. So this then is the integrated academic film exhibition institutional context for this MA, which I am the program director of. So within my allotted time, I'd like to respond to 3 questions which were posed to me by Sonia. The first question asks, how is it possible to teach film curatorialship? My response is that the MA is really about equipping students to kind of critically intervene through creative practice. It's about nurturing an independence of thinking where creative practice is shaped by theory and theory reconceptualized through curatorial practice. Of course, practical skills are important, and the awareness of these skills is one thing. For what we want to do is often shaped by, what is possible and is often delimited for various reasons, as has been explored actually throughout the day. But the program essentially nurtures critical and creative thinkers, encouraging a kind of independence of thought through essentially creative practice. Given that we imagine our graduates to have a portfolio career, the programme is about fostering public intellectuals, those able to intervene into knowledge and make creative interventions based on specialist knowledge and research interests, evidenced in and through their creative practice. This then is essentially about positionality, but it's also about the politics of that and the politics of opinion making, questions of how we think, challenging our positionalities, our values, our judgments, and our prejudice are really kind of at the center of that discussion. It's something that we're kind of always talking about and always aware as we talk about theory as well as practice. Which then leads me to the question of recruitment, which is something we might all want to come back to, and the diversity of our cohort. I think this remains a challenge, even at Birkbeck, which prides itself on its ability to attract a very diverse student body, primarily because we're an evening institution, but still the issue of diversity is one of cultural capital. It's about privilege, it's about that permission to speak, and those confident in many ways to come through the door in the first place. But this is also a question of finance and funding, and in this regard, the Achieving Awards have been key in bringing diverse voices to our table from Costa Rica, from Colombia, and from Russia. So we can't really be complacent, I think, about how to attract and more importantly, retain different and diverse curatorial voices. You know, how students are, you know, recruited and how they're attracted or not to the profession, and even to progress in their studies is something that's very key and pertinent, and a question that it would be worth, I think, further addressing and thinking about how we can address. Indeed, as this archival assembly has made clear, it's essential to bring different voices, different experiences of the curatorial to the table. You know, those who understand what's at stake with making visible particular film histories and the difficulties involved in bringing those histories to visibility, but also able to act, and this is something very important for us on the MA, to act as cultural mediators, but also advocators, people who will build audiences, find audiences. And as I say to the students, sometimes the biggest lesson that we can learn is to be faced with an empty auditorium. But obviously we don't want that. But it is kind of an issue to think about, well, how do we make our material relevant, and how do we take it out of the archive and present it to an audience which is relevant now? So questions then of how we tell different kinds of stories not told in traditional film histories, and how to challenge the assumption of film historiographies are kind of key questions for us on the MA. And also central is this question about how do we bring that knowledge to an audience to find, and also to find new audiences and not necessarily speak to our silos. So this then leads me to the second question about how can theory and practice be linked in teaching film curating. Our MA offers very strong academic foundations and you know, intellectual coordinates. For students to be able to think outside the box, it's also important for them to know what's inside the box in the first place. You know, they need to know what's at stake. Within with the MA, there is no optionality. And everyone follows the same sort of structural path, because it's important to have a kind of holistic understanding of the field, but also how it has been designed doesn't allow them to sort of opt out because of just personal choice, but to really engage with the various sort of debates in you know, curatorial practice and theories. So each of our 5-week modules then begins with foundational thinking, a real back to basis, because it's very clear that we need some kind of, you know, clearing of the ground, which offers a level playing field, as some students come to us already experienced curators, while others have come straight from film programs or film studies, or I mean, even other disciplines like English or history. So, you know, some have theory, some have practice. So it's about getting everyone on the same page. But from here, we start to deconstruct. You know, this is about decolonizing, decanonizing, I mean, de-heteronormatizing, if that's even a word. Still, across the MA, a central question is about archives as sites of power, and how and about the politics of the archive, and how as programmers and curators we're kind of implicated in that knowledge, how we are reproducing that knowledge, how we are ourselves even produced in that knowledge, but also how we make interventions. How do we do differently? How do we make the case for relevancy in the now? So the program then explores the politics often of nostalgia as not simply about the concept of loss and politics of forgetting, which is, you know, quite kind of key for curators, especially when you think that, you know, curating is about creating this kind of moment when the event's over, you know, what happens to it, what happens to that experience. But also it kind of relates to a cultural patrimony related to the status of classic texts and the politics of retrospectives, but also the politics of taste and canon formation. So students are constantly being asked to challenge and to take a position on these issues as they embark on their own research, independent research journeys to intervene into that knowledge at the same time. So along the way, different theories are layered, but also practitioners and archivists are invited into the classroom to debate, to think further about what it is to put theory into practice. The program is also about applying the latest theoretical thinking to professional practice, but it's also about offering students the opportunity, I think, to meet practitioners, to actively participate in programming film events in and around London, but also how kind of moving, you know, how moving from that stage where some of our we're now moving from the stage where some of our MA cohorts are kind of moving into doctoral research, and you know, who are now, you know, writing these histories of alternative curation and curatorial practice, but also practicing a kind of practice-led research, theorizing forms of curatorial practice. So this leads me to my sort of last response, addressing the third question, and where I want to kind of conclude, to think about which approaches and solutions we're adopting on the master's program. The basic principle behind the MA is a kind of practice-led research approach, where practice is embedded into the research process, where practice and research are inseparable, but at the same time intimately entwined. A practice-led approach is about a research question arising from the process of curated practice, and how that question prompts research, which in turn, through a systematic exploration into, as you know, to establish facts, to test theories, and to reach new knowledge, enlightens and changes the way we kind of critically think about and how we practice our creative, you know, work. So the purpose then of a practice-led project is to think about utility, about the application as a way to solve a particular kind of problem related to existing curatorial work. So put simply, this is about how you know, practice creatively and critically dialogues with archival research, but also theoretical positions, and where that research work in turn is informed by our practice. Both are transformed critically and creatively through that encounter, while at the same time always remain respectful of each other. So a materiality of thinking is very important to us on the MA. Just as archivists work with the materiality of film, that material chemistry, for example, we are working with the materiality of exhibition, of space and place, of temporality and the ephemeralness of experience, of our own curatorial you know, strategies, as well as dispositif. And that contact with the materiality translates, I think, into the theories that we essentially work with. For example, media archaeology is very key for us, but also how we deliver the program itself. So, for example, site visits as peripatetic learning journeys through the city are central to our study, where we do a lot of meandering through the exhibition and archival sites of London, and later in Edinburgh, where we visit the film festival. And this materiality of thinking has proved very important, very useful way to embed learning and to enrich understandings. It's also about thinking from inside an institution and working with an archive, listening to it and not imposing ourselves on it. So this is not about, being kind of fetishistic about place, searching for an authenticity, but it's about understanding locatedness, a situatedness of knowledge, and the architecture of and the archaeology of material experience. So this is about the materiality then of being in the room. So this approach also translates into the assignments, where students kind of inhabiting material kind of spaces are asked to kind of critically kind of work through their arguments intellectually. So in addition to our visits, our site visits, and our placements, each student has a 5-week work placement where they do some kind of curatorial project inside a cultural institution or organization, putting what they've learned into practice. And we also have professional practice initiatives as well. So I'm happy to talk more about that. So in this then really kind of concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions, and I look forward to further discussion. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Janet. I'm going to ask Marc-André to come up to the podium, but as he does, I'm going to say that I, of course, omitted to introduce the final member of the panel, who is Stefanie Schulte-Strathaus, who I think needs no introduction. She's switched so many hats. She's the queen of the hats, the king of the event, but she will be speaking. She will be speaking at the end of this panel.
Yeah, I think Stephanie doesn't need a presentation. Well, yeah. Good afternoon. I'm happy as well to be here from Goethe Institute, and I want to briefly give a little introduction into this nebula called Goethe Institute. Being an official or the official cultural institution of Germany, and being present in more than 150 cities, I think we have 159 institutes worldwide. We are one of the largest cultural networks actually worldwide, and I think that's something where film plays a big role into this in all this network. This is why I want to talk a little bit on this notion of film and how we use it in the institute. And I don't know if you are if you're familiar with Goethe Institute. We are this year marks our 70th anniversary, so we've been active for quite some time now, and we have one headquarter being based in Munich, and from there we kind of not rule the world, but we kind of try to make important decisions. The main importance to know is actually that unlike other cultural institutions, each institute abroad is more or less independent in their programming. And we have at the headquarters we have a big structure. We have different divisions: cultural division, language division, information, and so on and so on. But the institutes abroad have quite a large autonomy in their programming, which makes it as well interesting for us, let's say it like this, to work specifically in the context that we are based. And I've had the chance of being both abroad and at headquarters, so I know both sides of this story. And so you have to really think of the Goethe Institute in two different dimensions, being one, the headquarter dimension, which is in charge of maybe giving the big impulses, maybe giving the main strategies, and trying to formulate as well the long-term activity lines, so to say, and doing all this political work. We get most of our fundings from the Foreign Office. 2/3 is coming from the Foreign Office. 1/3 of our budget is coming from the sale of language classes. So this is something where we have a certain relationship, of course, to the political body, but we are an association. So on the paper, we're really independent from the government and try to make use of this independence as well. And it's something that is important for our self-understanding, both in Germany and abroad. And I think I would maybe talk first of the position I have now in Germany, being based in the film department and in charge of radio and TV cooperation. Afterwards, I'll talk a bit about of my experience abroad. But being now in the headquarters is something that is for us, and we are quite a few people working there. We're about 500 people working in the headquarters, is giving us a certain kind of overview and possibility of going into more specific program directions. And we're at the cultural department, we have 6 under departments, let's call them like this. We have the film department, we have music, we have literature, we have fine arts, theater, dance, and we have the 6th one is education and discourse. And each of these departments are trying to really give, in a way, it's a service department. We're trying to really give impulses to our colleagues abroad. We're trying to make the networks into the German scene. We're trying to be a catalyst and if people come to, or if colleagues come to us from abroad and trying to organize bigger events, we give our knowledge, our experience, and our network. And we are occasionally we were organizing as well bigger events, like for instance we had in Weimar every 2 years we have a big cultural symposium, which is one of the biggest events Goethe is organizing worldwide, and this is something that we are trying to really put big as well in the German audience. So it's because while our initial mission was to, or initial mandate was to kind of present Germany abroad, we can say that since maybe 5 to 7, 8 years, this has shifted a bit more towards like being more active as well in Germany and being more present as well in Germany, be it through residencies that we're organizing, be it through these events that I'm just mentioning. Tomorrow, for instance, we have a big opening or big festival, let's call it like this, marking the 10th anniversary of the Villa Tarabya, the Residency Institute in Istanbul, which has a very big a month-long presentation taking place here in Berlin. But this activity in Germany is getting more important for us as well, and for us now being in the culture department puts as well some new challenges in a way, because we have to think of ourselves more as an operator than as a service provider in a way, and this is somehow a shift in paradigm as well. But since our main activity, especially in the film department, has been in the past to present German films abroad, let's say like this, where the mission is to present a contemporary image, a contemporary picture of Germany, and we're doing this by licensing films like feature documentary films for the non-commercial use. So this is one of our main activities, but we're trying to really give as well an approach or offer the approach to access the archive as well, and our catalog, which we've been working or licensing films since a long time. These films are with us for a period of 7 years under actual license, and then afterwards we still have the materials. So we are producing subtitles for every film, and these subtitles are still with us. So every film that we have that is being presented abroad has material coming with it, and this material stays with us after these 7 years. So this is something that we kind of try as well to reactivate with our institutes abroad. We don't have the actual license anymore, but each institute can get an individual license from the rights owners. So this is something that we are trying to activate as well, to present with or to promote with the colleagues abroad, that they not only show the contemporary films, but as well try to dig deeper into our catalog and into our films that we have at our disposal. We have specific cooperation agreements with major foundations like the Wenders Foundation, the Herzog Foundation, Schlingsee Foundation, where we kind of agree that each year we digitalize actually as well new films, that we present these films and make them available with subtitles. We have as well as another instrument, which is the film series instrument, where we curate, or we ask curators to put together a list of films on specific topics, for instance, on equalities, on ecology and durability, for instance, on racism, on right-wing extremism. These films are partly with us, so we have the license for some of these films, but some of the other films are not on the license, so these institutes have to kind of get the license as well. But at least we're offering like a curated approach to specific topics for our institutes abroad. This is something that we do at the headquarters, and it's something that I've been working as well into partnering with this. Specifically now with the TV and radio section, we've been working with archive actually quite a lot as well. Specifically the radio archive, which is something that I've discovered in a way as well when I came back here to the headquarters. We've partnered with Bauhaus University in the big exhibition Radiophonic Spaces, and are thinking, even though it's a very large and probably not yet ready project, to extend it as well on the worldwide level. Radiophonic Spaces was the project on presenting our radio archives from Europe, Northern America, and we want to enlarge the corpus as well, because I think there's something, we think that this is something very interesting as well, and there's a lot of activity in radio art actually going on as well currently. On the other side, now I've talked a bit on the activity at the headquarters. On the other side, being abroad gives a total different approach, or is a totally different way of working as well, of being active. And this gives you, as I said earlier, much bigger freedom actually in opening and working with local partners, for instance. And this is something I've been doing a lot. While I've been abroad, I was based in Cameroon first, and then I was going to Lagos in Nigeria. We've been working a lot with archives, with different subjects, with different topics, different genres. Film being one of the main ones, but I've worked in a lot of contexts, for instance, with architecture. For those of you who know the Lagos, there's this old colonial printing press where we tried to kind of reactivate it. It was an abandoned building from colonial times, and we've tried to establish it as a cultural hub and try to invite the audiences and as well the communities to make use of it. And it shows on the interest that came up, and it was because we kind of were able to work with partners. And this is something that makes what makes the Goethe Institute maybe a bit different than, for instance, other cultural institutions, is this kind of really approach with through partner projects. We've worked with on the music, presenting like very famous Lagos-based musicians like the late Fatai Rolinola, like really musicians that kind of very represented history, a certain history that somehow got forgotten, but tried to really, and we tried to make them to make them available again for the newer generation, for the younger generation. And film, as I said earlier, is something that we've been working a lot, and I'm happy that Didi is here as well, because he was very crucial for this, for the activities in the film business. And the film, he, as a filmmaker and a film critic, we were able to really activate a kind of a new audience in a way for non-commercial films. And I think that's something where we that we tried really to start at that time, because I don't know if it's been done before, but the audience response to it was quite interesting, and it was like really to see that there is something, there's a reaction actually to these films that we are screening. We were screening like Didi mentioned it earlier. We've African films from other African countries. We were part of the African distribution network. Network instaurated by Stephen Markowitz from South Africa. I remember the screening we had by Viva Riva, by Joe Munga, which was a mind-blowing experience as well for many of the audience, because seeing that there's something coming out of Kinshasa and being screened then in Lagos was something that not many people had experienced. But we tried as well to open up to other film cultures, and I think that's something where this Lagos Film Society was very crucial as well, is to try to really open up new perspectives. And for instance, working with films like what was Missing Pictures from Priti Pan, and trying to see that there are linkages between different cultural spheres, I think were very enriching for me as well, but for the participants as well, for the audience. The archive project that was mentioned earlier here came unfortunately in my last year, so I could only do this little ignition that the MD of the NFC spoke about. But I'm happy actually, and I'm very, very happy that they are all here now, that this is something that has grown really to be on its own foot. So I think that's something where we are looking at from a perspective, when I'm looking back now as well, from my perspective here in Germany, I think that's something where we, being at Goethe Institute abroad, makes you much more flexible and makes you much more responsible as well for your activities. Not that we are not responsible for our actions here in Germany, but we are at the headquarters here, so we have in the machinery, we have to kind of function, we play a little role, we can do what we, on our little level, and the difference really is, for at least for the institutes I've been working in, is that abroad, that this kind of curation of programs, of working with films, of working with archives, is much more immediate, has much more immediate effects than working, for instance, here in Munich or in other German institutions. And I think that's the beauty of it for me. That was really the main positive effect, to have this immediate response, immediate effect. And so I'm thinking back, if I look back now, or looking back and forth, looking back is first like really as or being with Goethe gives you this possibility, and I'm not saying that we're the perfect institution, but it gives you a certain possibility of working in an environment, in a context that gives you a certain credibility as well. And I think we are tapping into this credibility of the label Goethe Institute as well worldwide. And of course, it's always depending on persons, on personalities, who is where and who's doing what, and what kind of preferences there are, and so on. But I think generally speaking, the Goethe Institute's bonus is really that there is an approach to cultural work, to cultural projects that respect the partner. And in a way, this is something where we are trying to continue this work as well, and try to transpose it as well to other levels, other genres. And as I said, music is the same, in a way, it's the same problems or the same challenges that we're having, but we're trying to really to have this approach of going towards a partner that gives us this how to say, positive but as well responsible approach. And I'm looking into the future now. We have some, of course, some challenges that came up during Corona, digitalization, not being physically present. What does it do for a cultural institution? Of course, it's a main challenge not to have this direct interaction with your audience. I'm not the one to speak. You know all the emotion not having this direct interaction. But it had the positive effect, for instance, for us that we finally were able to, or speeded up in a way, the decision to at least find as well digital answers to for instance, the distribution, to presenting films as well via VOD. So this is something. There's always like a positive side as well to all the problematics and the challenges. And I think for us it was like really trying to find new answers as well to the challenges of COVID. And some of the questions that my speaker before mentioned, how do we make the material relevant, is something that we always constantly kind of are dealing with. Huh? How can we make our films that we are licensing, how do we make them relevant, how do we make them interesting, how do we make them reachable as well for the audience? I think that's something that we still have to kind of find a proper answer to, but I think that it's something we will continue working on. And maybe to finish, it's as well looking at our own archive as well, because we have this catalog of over 900 films now that we've been licensing. We've under active license as well, and and under this 900 films, how do you find your own little piece of film series that you want to screen, be it now in Lagos, be it in Tokyo, be it in Mexico? So I think that's something where each of us, of the colleagues in the film department, but as well in the institutes abroad, is trying to find their own answer, and we're trying to really give our, from our side, from the film department now, giving our little hand to that people can take it and get their advice. And I think from our perspective, there's still a lot to do as well with this archive, self-critically, in a self-critical way as well. If we look at the films, what kind of films have we been licensing in the past? We are working now on a project with Vivian, I think he's somewhere here as well, on Salés. Why is Salés not part of our catalog, for instance? Huh? So he has been there. There are some questions that, for instance, transnational filmmakers are not really, or have not been very present in this catalog. So I think that's something we are looking at, and we're trying to find responses as well to this. And I will, I'm happy to discuss this as well later on. But for now, I think, in a rush, this was a little overview on the activities that we do at Goethe Institute.
Stephanie, you're next on the list. No, Madhu?
Okay, can I have my first image? Well, at the end of a very long day, we are all looking like archived people. We are all very tired, and so I will try to be as brief and as non-archival as possible.
I guess you just...
No?
Ja, war's richtig?
Yeah. It can? Yeah. You need not dim the light. It is supposed to be seen as much as you can see. It's okay. Light need not be changed. It's okay. You don't see it fully is the idea. Well, I'm a little confused as why I am in this panel that is titled Film Curatorship Between Theory and Practice. I'm not a theory person. I I'm a former filmmaker, I'm a former archivist, maybe a current curator. So, however, I'm curious about the structuring of the event. The general title is Archival Assembly. So that we believe in archive, and then many archives come together, so Archival Assembly. Within that, today's symposium, where we all looking like archived people, titled After the Archive. So Archival Assembly archives come together, and they are already reached the after state. And then the last session, that is this session, is film curating between theory and practice. So I suppose there is an urgency felt that curating needs to rescue something out of the state of after the archive. Is that true, Stephanie? Is there a chronology like that? That we come together, then we become after, and then we try to rescue it by curating? Well, I'm taking it like that, okay? I don't know how to take this brief, but I take it as a task. It has a sense of immediacy, a temporality, where now and here is important, which actually in cinema was not so important because it was not a live form. And as a former filmmaker, this excites me. So what the task is, to articulate this specific temporality today, that is 2021, the time in between and hopefully at the end of pandemic, though that we don't know, but in between, a time that is only 2 years in the calendar, but felt like a century in effect. Jivesh Bakchi, one of the co-artists of Rax Media Collective, had put it very articulately as, it is the longest now and the shortest century. A century of 2 years, and a 2 years which felt like very long and never ending. So at this time, what happens to film curation? Film, or let's make it a little broader and call it screen culture, that is the youngest of the arts, has got battered maximum. Because the shortest century and the longest now have made our life screen-based. Now life is on screen, and so theory and practice may require another form to remain away from the mundane of everyday. So more than film, the materiality and the logistic of cinema is facing a crisis. Curatorship, in its oldest and most fundamental definition, let's take that definition, that is to take care of. We need to figure out what is primary in this practice of care, curatorship. Are we talking about taking care of the spectators for the film, that is the people? Half the presentation of today, we're talking about people. Whom are we addressing to? Whom are we teaching? Whom are we training? Which would mean there is an audience who is interested in cinema or film or screen culture, but we need to figure out how to facilitate them for viewing, for preserving, for making, for circulating. Or this can be one way of looking at curator's job, or we are talking about taking care of films for the spectators. That means the film, the object, the product we are taking care of. So who is our primary concern? The people or the product? Both ways, it's as challenging as the other. In the post-pandemic screen fatigues that we are all facing now, how do we restore the social, political position of the cinema? In this case, our focus is on the films. Which film, which series of films, what condition of film, 16 mm, 8 mm, digitized, digital production, how to connect them, transnational, subtitle, non-subtitle, dubbed, paradubbed, how to revive, how to restore, how to cross-refer. I'm no expert on all this. Lots of people who have been working on this field and teaching have talked about it. But I would like to categorize these as two very distinct phenomena. Maybe they cannot be addressed fully separately. A programmer needs to be a curator at this point, and a curator needs to be a technician needs to be an artist, and so on. Pandemic has changed our single practice-based comfort zone. Nobody is comfortable at this moment. So I would propose that film has always been a niche activity or a cult activity. See this image on the left? That is, I'm an Indian, so I show the first image on early cinema viewing in India, where women sitting on the ground as if they are sitting in their field are watching films, and those jumbo projector, 35 mm projector is projecting it like a divine ray on top of their head. That was people's relationship with cinema, earliest and even now. A group of people agree upon going through an experience of sitting still and watching something for a considerable length of time. That's cult activity. You'll have to agree to be with people, to be in public, and to be engaged for a considerable amount of time, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours sometimes, to do something similar. Depending on the location and film being screened, the size of the cult could vary, but still they remain a cult. The Hollywood blockbuster is also a cult, and the experimental 16 mm works from Arsenal Archive also addressed to a cult. Both have their own devotees, and they're very committed devotees, cultivated and very localized. Transnational can also be localized. Didi and I definitely have similar taste in cinema, and that makes us practitioners of the same cult, though we may not know each other's mother tongue. And that, in my opinion, is the problem and the solution. Film viewing, because of its collective and very localized, because it's very physical, nature had a performative quality. It always had, and it still has it. Cinema viewing was always a very local experience, temporal experience. The space and ambience of viewing was as important as what was being viewed. Think of, it can be the multiplexes experience, and it can be smoky film society, or can be in the middle of the noise of a bazaar. And this has been ignored to a great extent by the mid-century classicist attitude towards the cinema. And Europe has a lot to do about it. It killed the folk, the local, the oriental practice of film viewing. In the process of deification of films, the viewing experience have been sanitized and made uniform. We go, we sit in the similar kind of comfort seat, and we watch with similar kind of body language and attention because we believe in films. It's a different kind of cult where all of us in this room belong to. But if you look at the short span of history of cinema, which is only 125 years, very short, we can quickly think of landmarks of performances. The silent cinema, first the commentator or the narrator with the long stick, then with live music, then just now my previous speaker was talking about working with musicians. The venue could be the markets, the bazaar. The market and the bazaars are different, and I'm sure you know that, and I don't want to waste time explaining why bazaar is mentioned separately from markets. Ports, red light areas, clubs, pubs, underground centers, all were venue, all were very cultish venue to see, to get into the cultivated practice of cinema viewing. Then the experiments like that of Jack Smith or other avant-garde artists who performed live film by splicing different rolls of celluloid and project instantly to the audience. The same technique has been used to dodge censorship for both cases of obscenity and sedition. Anybody who knows about the history of political cinema and underground cinema know about this. That means there has been certain uncertainties involved with the film screening. It not necessarily the every reel as it is in order from the beginning to the end. Something could have happened in the 2 hours of film watching. That is live. That happened to live performances, but that could happen in cinema also. And I think, or I propose, that uncertainty, that liveliness need to be brought back. And that's against the notion of archiving. So I'm standing here today against archive. Archive has a tendency, or it has the brief, of seizing the text, the narrative, the image in a particular order. This is it. This is it. We have found it, or we have discovered it. We will preserve it, and we may or may not circulate it. In that, we also protect it in a particular form. In order to rescue cinema from the contemporary screen fatigue, curating needs to be thought around revisiting performative attributes of early cinema. Can I go to my next image? Digitality too can be molded to the benefit of performing cinema. It is assumed that digital, and more specifically online, is a horizontal form. Once you start, what can we do? But that's not true. This can be done and should be done to counter, it should be countered by using the plasticity of digital form. Digital form is also very plasticity. But for that, we'll have to become a disbeliever of licensing, copyright, ethics, morality. That means, in a way, take cinema back to its folk culture, to its oral culture possibility, changes attributes, and don't keep it to the regime of the market, which is very gridded. I mean, I know there are many official state institutions are here, and they will immediately raise hands and say, we cannot do it because we are committed to the author, to the producer, to the studio, to the state. But basically, they are committed to the morality of copyright regime. And as long as the morality of copyright regime works more so through archiving, we will never be able to restore the elasticity that is involved, that can be involved in film narrative, which literature enjoys, theater enjoys it, music enjoys it. Why can't we bring it to cinema? Is the materiality of cinema so binding on us? Can't we really change that materiality to make it much more interactive and performative? So oppose the standardization of screen culture, oppose horizontality, oppose protectionism in favor of circulation. Don't restore and protect the film so much that film itself dies. We have just come out of a pandemic. We know life is short or not, life is definitely fragile. So let's restore them to circulate them and not to protect them and kill them. Oppose linearity. A written text changes through translation, adaptation. A play script changes through performances. A musical note changes through newer arrangement. What will be the what will be the methodology to change, adopt, keep alive cinema? Why do we conceive cinema as a rigid and sanctimonious piece of work? Now, this image that you see is a program that we did deep into the pandemic in Cologne, 2020, August. Actually, it was supposed to be a concert called Cheap People Are Other People, prepared by Cheap Collective from Berlin. And we could not do any concert. It was middle of the pandemic. But we said, we will not give up. So we converted into a films. Then we could not show film screening. So there are 5 screens here which are showing the film. And Susanna Skasa, who is, many of you know her, very famous actor from Berlin, she is also a screen. She's giving a live performance. So there are performances, there are films running, and then she is performing, and all are put on the same, at the same level, with the same kind of same kind of what should I say, size. I mean, more or less, it's like almost live performance, and the screen is duplicating each other. A true archive today should be able to break the films and rearrange them into many films. If the films come alive in an archive and say, I wanted to actually one day write or make a film on it, but it looks like I won't be able to. So I give this proposal here that what happened in any film archive, let's take Arsenal because we all know Arsenal, the levels disappear one day and the cans get all mixed up. And then we pick it up, and what kind of film that happens? I think we need to engage with this kind of imagination. Only 100 years old films are not dead films. Let's keep them alive. Thank you.
Okay, Abu Bakr, I can't see you, but are you there? I'm actually going to ask if we can take Jihan next, because she just pressed the escape button. Okay. Okay, Abu Bakr, will it be okay if we take Jihan now? Do you have? Is that okay? Yeah. So I'm going to hand over to Jihan.
Thank you, Abu Bakr. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for being here. I'm not as tall as everybody else, so I'll try to speak in the mic. Well, I guess since everyone has presented the program, I'm going to go more into the program that we will be presenting Box's program, which is called People's Stories, an archive-based program, and the directors are both sitting here. I'll go more into detail tomorrow, but I guess what is important at this point, and in terms of curatorship about this program, that it really is trying to look at how to bridge the gap between silenced and liminal spaces in African imagery. Because I'm going to actually start with, one of my favorite writers on archive is Saidiya Hartman. And I usually quote other quotes by her, but this time I will say that what she says is that every generation confronts the task of choosing its past. Inheritances are chosen as much as they are passed on. The past depends less on what happened then than on the desires and discontents of the present. And I think this is very relevant to the idea of curating. I'm going to do what I usually do and invert what is we're talking about, because I come to curation from filmmaking, and for 20 years I worked with archive-based filmmaking at a time when archive was certainly not sexy, and a lot of the discussions that are happening here were not. Few of them were on the table. Obviously, a lot of the people were around, but I'm going to talk from an approach of the South. So as much as all these ideas are interesting, a lot of them are not really relevant to us from the South, because to curate something, first of all, we have to have the material that is relevant to us and the films that are relevant to us to start curating. And I kind of chose a few keywords. One of them is, where do we find the archive? As people from the South, where do we find the archive? We do not have the infrastructure, we do not have the people, we do not have the funds sitting there for us to go and just access. So most of the time, we have to go to what we call colonial archives, or to the few funds that do exist. And actually, I'll tell you a really interesting story about one of my films. I did a film in Saudi Arabia, and the film starts in the 30s. So where on earth am I going to find images of the 30s in Saudi Arabia? So you start looking, and without, and that's where research and archive researchers become really important, because, and we'll talk about mapping tomorrow, but the idea is we really have to piece together, where am I even going to start finding anything? And to cut a long story short, a lot of the images that I managed to find to address this period, not even explain it, contextualize it, or understand it, but to even address it, I found in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in somebody's trunk. So I guess that's where I'm coming from when I'm talking about archive and curating. The second point is, since we don't need to go to Baton Rouge, Louisiana every time we want to do something, we do have to resort to colonial archives. And here are two main questions I need to pose. Number one is, who decides what is valuable to actually archive? So sometimes I've had to get something like Getty Images to get out a whole stack of things that said on their site, not digitized, because they don't know what's in it and they don't think it's important. But to get them to even digitize it to see if I can use it or not, I need to pay for that. They don't. So who decides? And the access, which goes back to what Juana was saying, which I think her point was really important, the transformation over the past 20, 25 years of what is archive. Archive used to be a resource for us to use and connect the past with the present, to reflect on it, to translate it, to figure things out, or even have some connection. Now it has become a commercial object. So the exact same footage I used to pay $100 or $200 for in what we used to call transfer fees, today I pay 3,000 to 4,000 euros for. And so who actually can tell a story and thus make the film that then we will curate? Who has the means to do that? And so this discrepancy between archive becoming a commercial object, and what public domain, which used to exist, even an archive like Footage Farm, which used to be in presidential libraries in America, suddenly even these we don't have access to them. And I think that all of this determines who is allowed by that system to make archive-based films. And back to Sadie Hartman, she talks about, obviously everybody knows that she talks about critical fabulations, but she also talks about silent spaces. And I think part of the curating process is not just creating what exists, but creating what should exist to fill in the gaps of these silent spaces, which is not an easy feat. And that is why our program is really about not just finding the object that is called the film, but making sure that that silent space that is imposed needs to be filled. And that, of course, takes us to distribution. Once we've overcome all these hurdles that I've just talked about, then we come to the distribution mode. What are our distribution modes? They're either festivals, TV, galleries, with all the different formats. But we've arrived at a point where we're locked in a system of formatting and form. So using the archive in a way, and from a perspective and a vantage point of the South, does not find its place, does not find its slot. So even curating then does not become about what is it do you want to create, but where are the spaces where we can fit in. Anyway, and the hurdle of the audience, okay, I'm going to finish now. And so the hurdle of the audiences then becomes yet another layer. How do we give the space of our audiences to even recognize the images and to train to know what these images mean for them and choose them, and not just define the image in terms of what you were saying is the heritage of Hollywood, and that's what a good image is, and that's what a bad image is. And so basically, I think that the space of diversity, maybe you didn't say it quite like that, but so the diversity is an aspiration, is an aspiration of both curation and content, because we cannot separate what is the archive. Archive is our history. And from where we come from a space where the Laval Decree occupied the whole of West Africa. That means that we were forbidden from taking our own image, distributing our own image. And so all the work we have to do as archivists and people using the archive is a really far cry from the funds and how do we, the institutions that exist. And I think that networking between what needs to be done is as much the responsibility of existing archive networks as they are ours. Thank you.
Okay, let's move straight on to Abu Bakr. We have to wind up absolutely at 1:45, so just to say that. Oh, I think you're muted. I think you're
Am
muted.
I?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's okay. You're
yeah.
fine. You're coming through.
Am I okay now? Okay. So I would first like to say that it's a great pleasure for me to be virtually present today to this conference. I'd like to salute the organizers for their initiative and the very exciting program they put together. I'd particularly like to thank Sonia Company for reaching out to me and inviting me to join the panel. It's unfortunate I can't be physically there due to numerous factors, including obviously the pandemic and the challenges it poses for traveling. Of course, the beginning of classes here. I do, however, have fond memories of Berlin, which I visited once in 2008, when the current Delegate General of FESPACO invited me to attend the very first edition of this festival, Africamera. And two memories I have, highly cinephilic memories, was the last time I met the great Samba Feli Tinjai, who was a formidable African Senegalese documentary filmmaker. And of course, I had a chance to visit the museum that was discussed earlier to really see this wonderful exhibition on expressionist cinema. So as my brief bio indicates, I wear many hats. I'm an academic, so a film professor, a teacher, therefore, a researcher, a historian, a film historian, specializing in African cinema, among other things. I'm also a curator, and therefore, as per our title, try to bridge the gap between theory and practice by being involved in various institutions, including film festivals, museums, archives, and cinematics, but also filmmakers institutions. I have a little over 3 decades of curatorial practice, starting in Washington, D.C. in a museum context, at the Smithsonian in the 1990s. Of course, it took me around the world on 3 continents, in Europe, for instance, where I did curate a few programs for the Cinema Richuata Festival. And of course, back in Africa itself, in my own country, in Burkina Faso, where I also curated events at the Pan-African Film Festival of the University of Africa. So for this brief presentation, I would like to just share with you 2 projects. I mean, I could talk about 3 or 4, but let's do 2 since time is really now a problem. That I'm currently involved in, which bring together the academic, curatorial, and the archival. I'd first like to talk about the FEPATI Archival Project, which is a project that I initiated. And I would like to also talk about FESPACO Classics, precisely, because I think it's coming soon. And I think the previous speaker, Didi, I think, was mentioning it. So first, the FEPASI Archival Project. So what is FEPASI? FEPASI is the Pan-African Federation of Filmmakers. It was created in 1970 in Tunis at the Carthage Film Festival by pioneers of African cinema. It's a continental body in charge of defending and promoting the interests of African filmmakers and film professionals. It's recognized by the African Union, by the Arab League, by the European Union, by UNESCO. It's worked toward creating indispensable infrastructure for the production, distribution, exhibition, and circulation of films on the African continent. In recent years, under my impulse, though I think the question of the archival idea in FEPASI dates back to at least even before the creation of FEPASI. I think Didi was mentioning it as well, back in the late 50s. So in light of the need, if you will, for the transmission to new generations of the unique contribution of the African continent to the medium of cinema, and of African cinemas to the forging of the identity of the continent over a century, of the desire to establish a continuous history of African film practice since the beginning of cinema, of the digital trend which is rendering obsolete the cellular format on which the cinematic genius of the African continent is concerned, of the alarming state and precarious conditions under which the films already produced are archived on the continent. Jehan was mentioning it right now, and many people have already. FEPASI has decided to take the preservation of the cinematic heritage of the continent, to make it at least a high priority by effecting an archival turn. So the main project is to raise, to celebrate, and spread archival consciousness across the continent. So it aims to do this in a number of ways. One, through contributing to the creation and reinforcement of film archival institutions across the continent. Two, through a re-engagement of the global archival community on multiple fronts, including partaking in film archival debates and projects. Of course, some of the discussions we're having, and training, and so on and so forth. In facilitating and promoting the production of discourse and practice on the archival question in Africa itself, in order to bring attention to the acuteness of the current situation. And of course, engaging in the preservation and the restoration of the African film heritage in order to make it available and seen across the continent and the world. On the latter front, we're involved in an unprecedented partnership entitled the African Film Heritage Project, which is a partnership, I think I was mentioned in the introduction, with the Film Foundation's World Cinema Project, and of course, which also involved the Cineteca di Bologna as one of the FIAF affiliate partners, and of course, UNESCO on the preservation and restoration of 50 African films deemed of historical, artistic, and cultural significance. To date, so the African Film Heritage is now in its 4th year, because we launched it at FESPACO 2017 in Ouagadougou. And we signed the partnership agreement in New York in June of the same year. So the first films have been restored from at least the 4 of the 5 regions of the continent. So they include, I think the first prototype number 1 was Soleil Haut by Med Hondo. Number 2 was Chronique des années de Braise by Mohamed Lakhdar Amina of Algeria. La Femme au Couteau by Timité Bassouri, and Munamoto by Dikonge Pipa from Cameroon. Since then, a few more have been added, including Contrast City by Jibril Diop Mambeti, Raoul Peck's documentary Lumumba, The Death of the Prophet, and of course, very, very recently, Sarah Maldoror's Sambizana. So I'm not going to go into more details about the project, but it's a project that's still continuing, obviously, and we can talk about it. Now, we can say that as a result of this work, we launched during this 50th anniversary of FESPACO, an experimental classics section, for lack of a better term. We could have used the Italian term Il cinema ritrovato africano or something along those lines, but we're still looking for the right term. But so far it's called classics. And where I curated, in fact, 26 films, restored films or heritage films, if we can call them so, to African audiences and global audiences present at FESPACO. The section is now an official parallel section of the festival, and is one of our great prides to have created an exhibition, at least for now, a permanent exhibition space for films deemed of heritage, of patrimony. This is the first time it's happened in the very history of FESPACO, and it means that it's an open invitation to everybody who's working around the image of Africa or the African image to potentially come to FESPACO to see these films, and of course to participate in discussions around the archive in Africa itself. Now, I was asked by the new Delegate General of the festival to actually provide a sort of vision for this section. And so I wrote essentially that this section will consist in celebrating the cinematic memory of the African continent, that it will serve as a historical counterpoint to the official competition which emphasizes, of course, contemporary recent premieres of films, of African films. So the classic sections will work toward representation and the restoration of the historical consciousness of African cinema, as the great Cheikh Anta Diop would have said. The project will be to establish a bridge between different generations of African filmmakers, or different generations in African cinema, by going as far back as possible in the long trajectory of African cinema, by exploring its challenges, its talents, its victories, its defeats as well, its promises, its potential. It will seek to reactivate this heritage, which has, among its victories, helped in regenerating the continent, helped in reappropriating the image of the continent, by helping giving it confidence in its capacity to reinvent itself, or a new destiny for itself, and to propose new ways and directions for the world and for cinema. Now, this section, therefore, will be the occasion to show films which have never been seen beyond the film festival circuit, or may not have been seen outside their country of origin, or may not have been seen by contemporary generations of African filmmakers, professional, and of course, spectators, audience. It will seek to make of FESPACO a platform from the point of view of which certain films will be able to be reborn in the eyes of Africa and the world. It will make it possible to make known and pay tribute to departed filmmakers, to rehabilitate unknown or insufficiently known filmmakers, to show neglected cinematic traditions or insufficiently celebrated modes of cinematic expression. It will also encourage academic research on the history of African cinema, its periodization, its influences, its movements. It will serve as the place for the transmission of knowledge, of experiences, of know-how between the older and the newer generations. It will celebrate the great auteurs of African cinema, of course, and the elements of the cinematic boldness of previous generations, and hopefully will serve as a source of inspiration for new generations with regard to the meaning and the challenges of the production of images of Africa by Africans, for Africans, and of course for the world. Now, it will seek to encourage, that's an important one because more specific almost to elements of this panel, to encourage, to elicit, to celebrate the work of African archivists and African archives. And of course, of archives like you here, who work toward preserving, safeguarding, and restoring images of Africa and African images. It will work toward consolidating the culture of cinematic archiving across the continent. So I propose a number of sections that will be part of this. So there'll be restored film. There'll be a section that for which I borrowed the title from the Americans. It's called Treasures from the African Archives, which means that we will celebrate films from various archives. So whatever was being done in Jos, for example, could potentially be shown at FESPACO Classics, and of course from the other 54 other African countries. We'll be having retrospectives, we'll be looking at actualities and newsreels, having documentaries on African films, we'll focus on national cinema sometimes, we'll look at classics of African film, whether they're restored or not, so in documentary, in fiction, in animation. We'll have master classes, and we'll have a meeting, biennial meeting of African archives and other people interested in the archival idea and projects on the African continent.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. I'm really
This
sorry.
was actually my last one.
Oh, I could tell that you were, I'm so sorry, but we have just a couple of minutes. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for sending us out of this room with such an extraordinary perspective for the future. I just want to hand over just finally to Stephanie to say one word.
He was almost finished, right?
Yes, he was almost finished. Yes.
That was not the idea to interrupt. So thank you so much for this wonderful presentation, and I wish you could be here with us in this room, but hopefully soon it will be possible. So you might have noticed that it is quite late, a bit later than we had thought. So my presentation will not take place, but instead, and this is actually probably much better, I'll just announce things that you have to see, because this is basically archiving and curating. And the first thing that I would like to announce is beginning in half an hour, not at 7, but 7:15, Kulbana Bana, a film that our friends and colleagues from Nigeria, Film Print, that they will introduce us, brought to us to Berlin from the archive. And this is an example of what we often do also at the Arsenal, and in this case they had a similar have a similar approach, is even if a film is has been in an archive, sitting in an archive forever, and nobody has seen it in a long time, and we don't know actually what the condition of the print is, but we just show it to share the first screening experience and viewing experience with the audience, and then start from there to talk about, should this film be digitized, how could this be done, and so on. So this is one of our archival curatorial practice, to share the process from the beginning on with the audience and let them decide with us. Ekmek Parazi then is another way to curate an archive. We just premiere, it's a world premiere of a just recently restored film by Zera Berakarazu, a film that has been very important for, especially for in West Berlin, but also in Germany in general, when it was made in the early 90s. So this will take place at HKW, an outdoor cinema, I think something that we can really enjoy after a whole day of being inside. And then just two things. I mean, of course, everything, the entire festival is about that. But tomorrow, there will be a presentation of the Hussein Sharif project that actually also includes Erica, and also it was also already at the Birkbeck. So Janet McCabe is also very familiar with it. I'm not sure if she's still listening, but so, and then of course, she is. And Iman is here. So many of us, and Tama Et Saitu will then also speak later. Many people who are involved in other projects are in this project, and this is again an example of how you can share a process of restoration or reactivating an archive with the audience as part of a workshop, and go in different steps until there might be something finished in the end, or maybe never. And then there is that's the last thing, and then I stop. Tomorrow also the Rafla Foundation, the presentation of the Rafla Foundation, which is a collection of a private collection of a jeweler in Cairo, which was recently found and is now at Cimatec in Cairo, and tells from the perspective of a jeweler the history actually of a history or many histories of Egypt since the colonial times. So this is also a starting point of a very big project. So basically what I'm saying is that curating can be also already archival work. If you just start developing formats to include the audience, the public, other people in the decision-making and viewing and discussing and going the next steps. And that's also sometimes a way to find actually context and funding as well. So that was actually longer than I thought, but just like everyone. But I stop here. I think we have to leave to rush to the Arsenal. If you're too late now, take a taxi. I can only recommend, don't miss the beginning and Didi's intro.
Okay, so I just thank everybody who attend this Symposium. Thank to all the speakers, also for your patience and for having stayed with us. And hopefully it has been a long day, very dense, and hopefully there is just a first step or start for new network collaboration. And I hope to see you in 2 years here personally. 1.5, okay. So thank you very much, and sorry again for the inconvenience.
Thank you. And Abu Bakr.